Good morning, everyone. We might get started. So firstly, on behalf of the Pre-Vocational Obstetrics and Gynaecology Society of Australia and New Zealand, it's our pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 Women's Health Conference. We would like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the lands from which we are all meeting and acknowledge their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. My name is Shiva, and alongside Amy, I'm very fortunate to have had the opportunity to chair PVOGS this year. PVOGS was created in 2015 with the aim of connecting and providing a community for those who are passionate about women's health. And today we're made up of over 100 medical staff and medical students across each state and territory in Australia, as well as in New Zealand, who volunteer their time to create these amazing events. And we'd like to thank them all for their incredible hard work and dedication today. This year, our theme is Overcoming Challenges, and our conference logo, which was created by our lovely communications officer, Imogen, aptly captures this. As you can see, the two hands here across the screen are the Auslan symbol for growth. We chose this theme because PVOGS particularly wanted to acknowledge that as a community of individuals who are passionate about caring and advocating for women and their health, we face many personal and professional challenges, and we're very excited and grateful to be joined by experts from various aspects of women's health who will hopefully provide you some insight into the challenges that they have faced and how to overcome them. Time and time again, we are also reminded that our work in the area of women's health, and particularly the need for advocacy in this space, is not over. Recent events in the USA, particularly with the overturning of Roe versus Wade and the subsequent restrictions on safe termination of pregnancy services, has made us reflect on the access to these services within our own community. PVOGS strongly endorses the reproductive autonomy of all individuals, and we stand with abortion seekers and abortion providers and believe that termination of pregnancy services are an integral aspect of healthcare. As part of our annual Women's Health Conference, we've set up a fundraiser to support the Choice Fund, which is part of Marie Stopes, which provides financial assistance to those facing hardships across Australia and to access sexual and reproductive healthcare. We ask that anyone who's able to please contribute a small donation towards this cause by scanning the QR code, and we'll also send through a link in the chat, and PVOGS will match the total amount raised at the end of the day, and we'll donate that amount. With that, I'll hand over to our amazing logistics officer, Keith, who's put in a tremendous amount of work over the last 6 months to make today possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Shiva. So welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday morning. We really appreciate it. And thank you to our lovely speakers as well. Just a couple of logistical things that I'm sure everyone is aware of, having been on Zoom now for about 3 years. So this conference is recorded, so just an FYI. And if you would like to ask questions from our speakers, please use the Q&A function. You can send questions and we will moderate that for every speaker's Q&A session. And of course, interact with each other and interact with hosts and panelists on the chat as well. But of course, please be respectful at all times as normal. So we'll get underway. I'll stop sharing my screen, and Sharmini, you can go ahead and share your screen. So introducing our first lovely speaker. So we're starting off with an ONG careers session today. So we have the wonderful Dr. Sharmini Naidu, who is a junior doctor currently working in Western Australia, who has a special interest in women's health and health literacy. She's an aspiring GP obstetrician, and we're so excited to welcome Dr. Naidu to speak on the challenges of being a junior doctor in ONG and how to overcome those challenges. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the introduction. Thank you so much for having me. As we said, my name's Sharmini and I'm currently working in Western Australia, and I've been asked to talk about my personal journey in overcoming challenges as a junior in ONG. And I hope I will talk about myself, but I hope to make it relevant and relatable to all of you. Before I begin, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which I'm giving this presentation, the Whadjuk Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So I'm going to touch on the professional journey, mostly about what I've learnt from that journey, and then transitioning from internship to being an autonomous and safe junior doctor in ONG, the dreaded night shifts, and just my 2 cents on changing the narrative around the wellbeing space moving forward. So basically, I am a local graduate, so I graduated in Western Australia. During medical school, I sort of always knew that I wanted to do something in women's health, and so I actively sought out placements in obstetrics and gynaecology. And I also was quite heavily involved with the local global health group. So we did quite a bit of advocacy in reproductive health and women's health. And I sort of, kind of floated my way after that, truthfully. I did a few different jobs, and then I did my first obstetrics job in my third year out in Western Australia. And then I split my time between WA and the Northern Territory. During that time, I also did, I'm doing a master's in public health and tropical medicine, because I think in hindsight, public health was probably more of my passion at the time. And I have quite an interest in rural and remote medicine as well. And so I thought that was a good adjunct to my career at the time. And also during that time, I did my basic RANZCOG. And after all of that, now I'm in my 5th year out, and I have finally settled on GP obstetrics. So I'm going to start my GP training next year. And I'm hoping to add sexual health and public health to that as well. Basically, I just got my finger in many pies. I want to be flexible. And I guess what I really want to talk about is how I got there. And it was really very, very difficult. I think it's very easy as a junior in the hospital system to get really sucked in and think this is the only way in which to do women's health. And I think the really important thing is to just take your time. If you can take time off. I had a obstetric consultant last year say to me, Sharmini, when I was burnt to a crisp, essentially, he said, Sharmini, take some time off, strip back to your core business and think about, what you value, both professionally and personally. And I think that really lends onto the fact that it's really important to practice reflectively, whether you're a medical student or a consultant, and just constantly asking yourself why you're doing what you're doing is really important. I also think as a junior, when you're working in obstetrics, you are looking at these amazing seniors who are so achieved and they've done so much and they're so skilled, and you think, I just want to be there now. And we forget that actually their journey was very different to the next consultant and the next consultant after that. And we've really got to think about how they got there, not that they're there already. And that's really something that you need to constantly be reflecting on. And when you discover that, you realize that one size does not fit all. I've come across consultants who were psychiatrists before or choose to do a different specialty. And it's you need to explore your options, essentially. It's not always one way to do women's health. And that was a really challenging time, but I think that practicing reflectively is really how I got there. So your first day as a ONG junior is kind of like your first day as an intern. So I think there's some medical students in the audience today, and you spend so much time, learning medicine, working to the next goal, and then all of a sudden the system becomes relevant to you because now you're working in a hospital, and not only the medicine is relevant, the actual system. And I'm sorry to say, but as soon as you start ONG, it's sort of the same. It's a totally different system, and you feel brand new again. And that is really, really challenging. Truthfully, I found it very difficult, feeling like I had gained some experience in medicine and felt semi-confident, and then all of a sudden I just didn't know what I was doing. And interest in ONG does not equate to you having to be good at the job from the beginning. And so it's really important to balance your expectations and think, okay, I'm brand new. I need to give myself time to learn how to do this job, because it is different. And I guess, with the autonomous and safe practice, it all comes with, taking initiative. So if you see a patient and you think, oh, this is what I would do with this patient, before you do it, check with a senior. It's really important that you're part of a team, but autonomy and safe practice comes with taking initiative. And I think if you show that you're keen and that you want to be involved, you will be supported in doing that. And your team is not just your consultants or your registrars, it's your midwives, it's your allied health, it's your hospital support staff. And it's a really wonderful space that you can create. And then once you start learning how to be part of a team, then you can learn to practice more autonomously and safely. And of course, all juniors must escalate early. Please do that at all times. So I've been asked to talk about my personal tips on night shifts. This isn't prescriptive. This is just what has always worked for me. The first thing is, if you're able to be antisocial, I find night shifts a really protected time, And so I don't really see anyone. I don't really engage with many people because, you know, you really are just functioning on basic physiology during this time. Try switching a day around. So I quite like to have my nighttime as my morning. So I'd wake up closer to the start of the shift, and I might have breakfast, have a coffee, that sort of thing. And then on the other end of the shift, I would wind down for a couple of hours as if you've reversed your day and have a dinner meal. Sleeping is really important. I would not recommend pulling an all-dayer the day before. Some people do that and think, oh, I'll sleep better the next day. Imagine that you're going to work with an empty backpack, and every hour of sleep that you don't get is a brick in your backpack. You want to go to work with an empty backpack. If you stay awake all day, your backpack is going to be full and you're going to feel heavy when you get to work. So try and sleep as much as possible. If you can, exercise actually does help. Even when you're tired, you don't have to smash it out at F45. A gentle walk is fine. And some people struggle with night belly. I know I do. I find it really challenging to negotiate my gut health overnight. So just be mindful of the food that you pick, and eat a decent meal before bed, so that you essentially sleep all the way through the ideal 7 to 8 hours, because some people do get up for lunch, but I don't do that. The drive home, start your wind down. So if you want to go incognito, sun is on, you know, listen to Enya on the way home, whatever it is that you've got to do to get yourself to chill out, do that. If you want to start your wind down at home and you want to pump yourself up just to get yourself home, windows down, air conditioner on, hands-free phone call, Lizzo, whatever it is to get you home. But if you cannot do that, please do not drive home. Try and sleep at the hospital. I think a lot of us think we need to push through and we're not mindful of our fatigue levels, so please be safe. Especially as a junior in O&G, when you're confused and it's new, that you need to be mindful that fatigue adds more of a complexity to your decision-making overnight, and there's a lot of understaffing. And so ask a lot of questions. I know that for my first 12 months, I was still asking the same questions, and I can tell you what, your seniors would rather you ask than you didn't. Might sound silly, but drink water. You'd be surprised at how much fatigue is related to dehydration. So drink your coffee, that's cool, but absolutely chug the water. And a nice thing that I've always liked to do with building team morale is having like a tea at 3. So your team can try and break at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you try and all have a cup of tea together and you talk about, you know, how the shift is going. And then also plan a fun thing after you run at night shifts. I don't know how many of you have done night shifts, but often your team can do a little brunch afterwards. But if you don't do that, plan something special for yourself. For me, it's a hot coffee and a cinnamon scroll. It's what I love to do, and that gets me through the run of night shifts. So I guess, you know, overcoming challenges as a junior in any specialty really, or in O&G, is really just acknowledging that it is a challenge. I think when we're in medical school, we are always working to the next goal. We're told that, you know, we're going to get to the next exam and then we'll get to internship, and we just keep going on this complete conveyor belt, and we don't really give ourselves permission to go, hang on, actually, this is a really hard job. And you know, we talk a lot about surviving as a junior, you know, how to just get through. And I really find that a difficult thing to navigate, because it's not a war, and we should, it's our vocation, and we should be thriving in this vocation, and we should be happy and fulfilled. And acknowledging that being a junior in O&G was challenging was the first step to really looking after myself. And I think that really lends onto the fact that wellbeing really, really matters. And there's some wonderful work happening with RANZCOG at the moment with the Wellbeing Committee, and I'm hoping that all hospitals around the country are working really hard to improve wellbeing amongst JMOs. I want to really touch on debriefing here. I think sometimes as a resident you get missed with the debriefing, or as a junior you get missed because you're not actively doing the CSER, you're not actively doing the instrumental, and sometimes you're not actually involved in the hot or cold debrief. And I implore you, as a junior, or if there's any seniors and consultants listening today, to include the residents in the debrief. Just because you're not actively involved doesn't mean you're not there witnessing what can sometimes be quite traumatic. Even though it's a beautiful, rewarding specialty, there can be really difficult times that we need to acknowledge and work through. I guess during this presentation, I mentioned being prepared, setting your boundaries, and I think that lends into the well-being if, you know, you have to, you know, sorry, so if you have to, you know, take the sick day, say no to things, like be protective of your own energy and your own space, because it's really important. If you're not going to look after yourself, you're not going to be able to look after your patients very well. And I think ultimately you don't have to be like everyone else. When you start working in O&G, everyone around you is just, you know, going for it. They're doing the research, they're doing these jobs, they're trying really hard, and that's wonderful. And if that's your career aspiration, then I'm really proud of you and you go for it. But if you're not sure and you feel really anxious about the whole thing, just acknowledge that actually you don't have to do it like everybody else, and you can take time to try other things and work out another way to do women's health in a different space. And ultimately just be kind to yourself. You know, we're all A types, I guess, and we're all very, very hard on ourselves, and you're all doing an amazing job, even if you feel like you're not, whether you're a student, resident, registrar, consultant, you're all doing amazingly. And it's just important to, yeah, be kind and protect yourself. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Harmony. That was amazing. If you have any questions in the chat, please send them through. Otherwise, I'll ask some of the questions that we've thought of before, but I'm sure we'll do as well. So you've mentioned that you're a GP trainee from next year. Congratulations, that's awesome. What's the pathway, I guess, to actually becoming a GP obstetrician? Like, if someone knows from the get-go they want to do GP obs, what should they do? How do they go about doing it?
Yep, so that's a good question. So you can do it one of two ways. So it's two separate qualifications that come together. So it's your GP training and then your basic or advanced skill in obstetrics, which is done through RANZCOG. So a lot of people, it really depends. So if you're already doing an O&G job and you know you're going to be committed to it for a long time, you can start doing your basic diploma or your advanced if that's what you want to do. And then some people then apply for GP training. The tricky thing is you need to be able to keep up your advanced skill during your training as a GP, and that can be difficult for some people living in the city. It works quite well if you're going to go rural and remote, where you can facilitate that. And then sometimes people do the GP training first and then go back and do their diploma. Either way, the process kind of works out to be, 3 to 5 years, depending on how you do it. But ultimately, once you've done your basic and advanced and you've done your GP training, you are a GP obstetrician, and then you can practice. So
that makes sense. Thank you. Another question that we thought would be prudent was, is there anything you wish you would have done differently as a medical student or intern who was interested in O&G, or any
good question. I think I probably would have tried an obstetric job earlier. I waited 2 years before I applied for an obstetrics job. Each state is different. So in WA, it's common to apply second and third year out. I think that would have helped me make my decision sooner about what I wanted to do. But I actually truthfully, I don't regret how I've gone about this process. I really value having taken as much time as I have. And I'm really grateful for the early terms I've done, even if, no term is wasted. Women have medical problems and surgical problems too. And so I think I'm happy with how I did it.
Awesome. And a couple of questions in the chat as well. So, so given that working in O&G can be very difficult, can be very different to being a student on placement. How do you decide if you truly want to dedicate your whole life to it?
Wow, great question.
That's a powerful one. Okay, all
right.
That
is a powerful one. I think, just touching on what I'd spoken about, working out your core values and what you really value. So for me, when I was in it, I thought, this is it. And then I realized actually surgical specialties weren't for me. And I think this might sound really corny, but a pros and cons list actually works quite well. And you need to decide if you want to dedicate your life to a certain lifestyle in particular, if you want to dedicate your life to medicine and surgery, which is what it is. And it's okay if you don't, but I think that's how you work it out, is you actually have to practice reflectively, because it's easy to get caught up in the system because you think, yep, this is what I want to do. Everyone's doing it. Right, great, let's do it. We're all going to do it. But you're not going to know unless you really think about what you value from your life outside of work as well. And for me, I have a lot of interests outside of work. And I knew that for me personally, I couldn't facilitate a full-time career in specialty obstetrics and gynaecology and be able to facilitate that life outside. And I think that's how you work it out, is you give it a go and you really think hard about how you want your life to look like in 10 to 20 years' time.
That's fair enough, I think.
Yeah.
Another question.
Sorry, that wasn't a great answer. It's just a difficult thing to,
I think that's a pretty fair enough answer, though, as you wouldn't know if you like it or not until you try it. So I guess that is the only way to see. Another question that we have is, can you do the GP OBS specialty without doing MM3+? I'm not sure what MM3+ is.
Oh, I think that means outer metro or rural areas. It's a modified Monash model. Yeah. You can. So you can do your basic and advanced skills in the city. And I'm only really familiar with WA and the territory, but it's difficult to practice the advanced skill as a GP reg in the city because there's not a lot of GPO jobs going around. So MMM3 and above would be easier to facilitate both the training programs because rural and remote areas are often managed by GPOs. And so it's easier to do it there. But yeah, that you don't have to. You absolutely don't have to. You can do your advanced skills. And there are some cities that have GPO-based hospitals, but you really have to look at your local area and see how that would go. And that's why I would probably recommend perhaps doing, like, if you don't think you're going to be able to facilitate the advanced skill during your GP training, then to switch it around or consider moving. I know that's hard, but yeah.
Fair enough. We'll have time for one more quick question. So if you're trying to choose between ONG and GP OBS, what factors do you think are important to consider and explore as a junior?
Yep. Okay. So I think sort of touched on it briefly, but so GP OBS is you just got to acknowledge that GP has everything outside of women's health as well. So you've got to acknowledge that if you're prepared or want to manage other patients and other conditions, that's one thing to definitely consider. You can definitely tailor your practice, but you certainly can't avoid everything else about general practice. You've also got to consider lifestyle is really important. So as a specialty ONG, you're often, training in the city. It's a very guided program that helps you get to an end goal, and then you've got to find a consultant job and all that sort of stuff. But with GP OBS, it's quite flexible, and you can tailor your week and your practice to how you want it to look like. And I think ultimately the decision for whether you do GPO or ONG is to A, try the job, and B, talk to both the GPOs and obstetricians and talk about why they've made those decisions. Because for me, the GPO life was something that was more suited to who I was and what I wanted to do with my life, particularly with the flexibility and the fact that I liked all this other stuff around medicine and the fact that I felt like I could practice public health, wanted to work in the advocacy and policy space as well. And that gave me a bit more flexibility to be able to do that, even though it's going to take me a long time. If you are pure ONG at heart, and that's great, you apply for training, you go for it. But if you think, I don't know, there could be some other things that I might be interested in doing outside of that pure specialty, then GP OBS might be a really good choice for you.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Dr. Shamini, for giving us your time.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. I'll pass on to Shiva to introduce Gabrielle.
Amazing. Thanks, Keith. And thank you, Sharmini. Got a couple of compliments for you in the chat from Karina. Thank you, Sharmini. Great role model. From Helen, Dr. Sharmini, thank you for the wonderful presentation and advice. I wholeheartedly agree as I go on to my run of nights tomorrow. So I think I'll be taking a leaf out of your book. Our next speaker is Dr. Gabriel Brailsford, who I have the pleasure of introducing. Dr. Brailsford completed her internship in RANZCOG at the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital and is now settling into registrar life as a first year on the Nepean ITP in New South Wales. We are very excited to welcome Dr. Brailsford to speak about the challenging process of entering RANZCOG specialty training. So I'll hand over to her.
Hey, let me just share for you. Great, so everyone can see and hear me, hey?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, hey, so I'm Gabby. I am PGY4, currently a first year trainee in New South Wales at Nepean, and I've been asked to have a chat to you on the theme of overcoming challenges, with that first sort of big challenge being getting onto training. So I guess before I start this talk, the major disclaimer is not long ago, I was just like everybody who's probably listening, still trying to figure it out. And that's sort of still where I'm at, that yes, I am on training, but it's still, it's still a journey along the way. So in terms of this talk and what I wanted to focus on, I didn't want to go through step by step, the CV scoring and each element of the application process in too much detail, because I'm sure that anybody who is keen on doing training is already somewhat familiar with that. So I thought I'd pick out certain important pieces and then give you examples of what I did along the way. But, like Sharmini said, everybody's journey is completely different and there is no right or wrong, but it is just what seemed to work for me. So the first step, of course, is deciding whether or not you want to do ONG. And it's okay to change your mind about that down the track. You may not want to do it and then you may become really keen, or vice versa. So I'm kind of skipping that step in this talk and pretending that you've already decided that this is for you. I think it is important, once you've made that decision, to make an early start. And that's not to get ahead. It's more so just to kind of pace yourself throughout the following years and not find yourself scrambling at the last hurdle or wishing that you'd done things differently previously. So these documents that I've listed here, you really should familiarize yourself with. So the RANZCOG Training Selection Process booklet is available online. It's updated very regularly. And there's some interesting fine print in that, which I've pulled a few little bits out. But definitely have a good read. And then, of course, the CVO application scoring guidelines. Just a sort of couple of notes on that the goalposts, like with any specialty training program, the goalposts do change. A couple of examples of that didn't affect me but will affect people in the future. When I applied in the 2021 cycle, there were a lot of points available for academia, so things like being in the top third of your cohort, having won awards during medical school in certain disciplines, and I was able to get quite a lot of points in that section, but a lot of those don't exist anymore. So had I been applying this year, perhaps I wouldn't have had as many points as I did in the previous year. But it all sort of evens out in the wash. And any significant changes are usually at the end of the CV scoring guideline, sort of 12 months prior. And a big example of that is the changes around points awarded for time spent rurally in ONG, where now you can get 3 points for spending 12 months in ONG. I think it's from PGY2 onwards. And that was introduced and people were given enough warning to, then decide where they wanted to go and work in the future. So yeah, those two documents, they're good. And these are just a few things that I took out of that training, the application booklet. So every year there's about 3 applicants per position, and that seems to have been standard for a long time now, but it is getting more and more competitive. Generally speaking, everyone will get an interview. So, the time that you spend worrying about whether or not you're going to get an interview, I think we can just sort of redirect that energy towards just optimizing our application. There's a document that not many people are aware of. It's called the RANZCOG Activities Report. It's published every year, and it basically gives you the lowdown on how many people applied, how many positions were available, how many people got on, and the number of applicants versus the number of interviews is very, very similar. So yeah, you're very likely to get an interview. You're allowed 3 attempts at your application, except if you were so close and unfortunately missed out on your 3rd attempt, then you can have a 4th go. You have to be in that sort of top 10% of the score required to get on. And this next point I think is really important and something that everybody needs to be aware of, that you're ranked nationally. So everybody who applies is given an overall score based on all of the components, and sort of they're in a list of 1 to however many, 300 or so. And then it goes down the list, and if you're in the top 70 or however many positions there are, then you will hopefully get a spot depending on what you preferenced state-wise. So they kind of go down the list and sort of flick you out to different states depending on what you did or didn't preference. So it's not like if there's 60 people applying in New South Wales that you're only going to be ranked against the people in your state. So that's just an important point to think about. And of course, there are 2 phases which most people should be aware of. One is the sort of regional ITPs, and that's offered first. And if you get an offer in that, you can't say no and wait to see if something else is coming. If you get an offer in phase 1, you have to accept that. Otherwise, you're sort of out of the running altogether. And you can defer. You can defer your first year of training for a myriad of reasons. So don't let something like that stop you from applying altogether. So like I said, I'm not going to sort of piece out each little bit, but I will talk about just certain things from each component that I think are important. So your CV is worth 24%. I'm kind of forgetting about the interview selection process, more so just the actual selection for training. It's worth 24% of your overall score, so a quarter. A really common question that I asked a lot of people, and people ask me, is, I'm not sure if it will count. Should I include it? My answer to that is yes. This is just my personal opinion, and people from RANZCOG, may have a different opinion, but I included everything in my application that I thought was worthwhile. There are some quite strict criteria, particularly when it comes to things like your leadership and your altruism. And you obviously you don't want to push the friendship too much, but things that are at a national level that may have not been listed on the CV scoring document can still be considered by the team that are looking at your CV. So examples of things like that for me, during my medical school, I was quite heavily involved in a range of sort of different publications, and one of them was a magazine that was presented at a national sort of rural health conference, and I was involved in editing that magazine. So it was at a national level. Whether or not I ever got a point for it, I guess I'll never know, but things like that I did include because I thought it added to the overall picture of me, what my interests were, and sort of the themes of my application. So if you think it's good and you're proud of what you did, just pop it in. Obviously, you need supporting evidence of all of those things. You can't sort of just make claims, but if you have some sort of evidence, then definitely. Another question is, should you get your sort of pre-vocational pathway points through the CWH or the RANZCOG? From a points perspective and from a financial perspective, the CWH will get you there. I personally did the diploma, and I wouldn't have changed that. Yes, it was more expensive and it was a bit more work, and the exam was slightly more rigorous, but the experience that I got from having to get actual hands-on births, I think set me up really, really well for my clinical practice and experience that I could then take into the interview. So for me, I'm really happy with that decision. And sometimes you'll read through the CV scoring and you'll get frustrated because there are lots of points that you wish you could get, but you'll never get because there are things you can't change, like where you were born or where you grew up and that sort of thing. So just forget about that. Don't focus on the things that you can't change. Just focus on the things that you can optimize. And I know for me, I often have a bit of imposter syndrome and was getting a bit worried about asking people for, a letter to say, yes, I did this or etc. But actually people love that kind of stuff. They love supporting you. People want you to achieve. In terms of, for this section, things that I did for like volunteering and altruism, just examples if you guys would like to use them. I used to volunteer at Ronald McDonald House. And I started that at medical school, and I used to do like a sleepover a month there, which was super easy. I just would walk to uni the next day and they wrote me a letter, years later, and was super, super happy. So that's a great place to contact. I also did some volunteering with other women's health charities, one being Still Aware, which is a stillbirth charity, where I would just occasionally help them, with social media stuff, but then go with them to like pregnancy expos and just support that team. So those are a couple of things that I did for volunteering. So just ideas, contact these women's health charities, do stuff that's relevant. It doesn't have to be relevant, but you'll probably enjoy it more if it is. What else? Referees, 12%, not a massive amount of your overall kind of final score, but just some more fine print. They don't have to be L&G bosses. There can be bosses that you've worked with in other specialties, and they can be anyone who's 5th year and above and has passed their exams. So at the end of the day, they score 1 to 4 and you get an overall number. It really doesn't matter who gives you that number. It just is about the number. When I think about referees, and my ideas around that has always been, choose someone that you know and trust. I think my worst nightmare would be someone calling someone for a referee and they'd be like, oh, who's that again? Someone that, if they pick up the phone and someone asks them a question about you, they know you well and they're going to give you, they're going to be supportive. But definitely ask people before you use them and get a vibe as to whether or not they're a good person to use. I've certainly had people, particularly my seniors, who feel quite strongly that their referees, played a part in them perhaps not getting on the first time, that sort of thing. So ask them for honest feedback, speak to people above you and say, hey, have you used this person before? We all talk, we all kind of figure out who are good people to use, and perhaps people who aren't as supportive, who are more strict or not as realistic about, how you should be performing. So just choose people that you love. Institutional references. This next slide might be a little bit confusing, and perhaps Prof. Simmons might be able to shed some light on it when he does his talk about the application process. So the institutional references in Australia, not in New Zealand, are worth as much as your entire CV. So all of those years of hard work that you've put into your CV are worth as much as what your workplace thinks of you, which is pretty hectic. But if you read through the selection booklet, I still have some unanswered questions about the institutional ranking. So I'll just plant these seeds in your head and then maybe you guys can ask the questions. But basically, the 18 months prior to your application, anywhere that you have worked for a minimum of 20 weeks can be used to give you a ranking against other applicants from that same site. And that is only a valid ranking from that hospital if that hospital has 3 people applying. So it doesn't necessarily mean 3 people that are there right now working and applying, but anyone in that 18-month period. So most places will end up with a valid ranking in the end, apart from perhaps some more regional hospitals or hospitals that have less unaccredited positions. But one question that I've been asked, and I don't know the answer to, and if anyone wants to find out, is what happens if you don't want to be ranked by somewhere? I don't know whether or not you can just leave it off, but the thing you have to consider is in your application, if you don't want to be ranked by somewhere and you leave it off your application, that then means you lose that chunk of experience. So you may, you may lose points if you're applying in, you know, fresh. You may lose points for experience from losing a 6-month chunk. So you kind of have to weigh up, you know, what's important to you or where your points are lying. There is a disclaimer in the document that says that if the hospital doesn't have 3 applicants, they can't give a ranking, that you won't be disadvantaged. I can't quite get my head around that. I think they just even out your other percentages. But again, some good questions to ask Prof. Simmons, because it's a big part of your application, right? It's significant. So I think, you know, it's important that we know sort of the fine details. Just some more notes on this one. Find out who's involved in the ranking process at your site. I think that's important. And, you know, you kind of do have to be a little bit strategic at times and make sure that you're working with those people regularly and you're demonstrating to them that, you know, you're doing a good job. I certainly did this when I went to a new hospital in PGY3, so I'd only been there for a few months when I was applying and when the rankings were going to be done, and I sat down with the people involved and I openly asked them if they thought I should apply and if they would support my application. And I think, you know, this is your life, this is your training, and you have a right to know that information, so don't be afraid to ask those questions. Don't get caught up on having the perfect ranking or, you know, comparing yourself to others. Realistically, the hospital that you're working at, they want to get people on it. It looks good for them. So just, it's all about having the right attitude, being a friendly person, you know, be safe, work hard. Like Shamini said, show initiative and use reflective practice. And if you're decent at your job, you'll be ranked well. And they don't always have to be like 1 to 10. You know, you can people can be ranked equally. The place where I applied from in PGY3 sort of had like 9 or 10 applicants. So surely, you know, a number of us would have been ranked similarly. And then the last bit, the interview. It's a big deal. It's 40%. It's sort of 15 minutes of your life. But it's 15 minutes of your life that you will get through. You will make it through and you'll feel fine afterwards. But you know, I could go into detail about how I prepared, but really his basic principles are find a couple of people that you really enjoy preparing with. I had 2 girls that I prepared with, and every morning we would meet at 7 o'clock and we would do 2 questions each for about 3 months before the interview. And then we'd go off about our business and we felt like we'd done something productive for the day. And then, you know, we amped it up as the weeks went on and we would do sort of bigger practice sessions, but having just that small group where we were small but consistent efforts, I think really set us up well. And from everybody that applied that year at our hospital, the 3 of us got on. So I think that that really worked well for me. Open up your mind to any question that may come your way. And it's actually a really nice time to start thinking about some more abstract things that affect O&G, read all the magazines, do all those basic things, and just kind of enjoy the process and record yourself. I've got a bit of a funny accent at times because I was born in the UK, and it's interesting to actually hear your voice and notice when you say which I think I am doing a lot today, but it's not the most pleasant thing, but it definitely is helpful, and you can listen back and see, oh yeah, I have improved from the start of my preparation. And your seniors will help you. They love it. They will, yeah, they've got all the questions. Everyone's got heaps of resources. Never be afraid to ask for people to share those with you. So yeah, those are kind of just piecing out the main things from the process. But things that I did, so I knew I wanted to do O&G. I was always really, really drawn to it. And so I just started early, just chipping away at things, like I said, with like the Ronald McDonald House stuff. I did some research at uni that I started chipping away at, which I got published just before getting on the program. So that will probably, hopefully, if I ask them nicely, will count towards my research component as well, because it was done within the 12 months preceding getting onto the program. So just chip away early rather than having to kind of scramble at the end. I did my uni in Hobart, and I really wanted to start doing some O&G early to make sure it was the right thing for me. So I moved to Queensland because you can do it PGY1 there, which worked really, really well for me, because then that added to my experience. So by the time I applied, I had my maximum points for experience. Probably the most important thing on this whole slide is I just found my people. So I had some amazing mentors, senior registrars, who are now some of my best friends. And that is going to be the thing that gets you through year by year. If you feel like, if you start a job in O&G and you feel like you found your people and your place, I think you know that it's the right specialty for you. And I'm not going to lie, I worked my butt off for the, from internship onwards. I was always the first person at work, always the last person to leave. If anybody ever needs help, I'll always put my hand up and say that I will help. And I think that set me up really well, because as soon as you start working in a new place, people recognize that really early on. Obviously, sometimes, admittedly, at the expense of my well-being, and I certainly wouldn't recommend that, but just showing lots of initiative, working hard, being clinically safe, I think definitely helped me. And I applied early. I applied in PGY3. You certainly do not have to. It is everybody's individual journey, but my mindset towards that was, I want to have a family. I want to kind of familiarize myself with the process. And if in 3-4 years time I'm still applying and still not getting on, then I'll change tech from there. I really like Shamini's talk. I really like some of her words of wisdom. I think they were probably nicer than mine, but these are some of mine, which admittedly, again, I'm not always the best at following, but focus on yourself. There are some people that get really caught up. There's a healthy level of competition, which I think is great, but don't get caught up. I never have ever looked at other people's rosters and said, you're getting this, I'm getting that. Just focus on yourself. You are your sort of best and worst competition. As I've said a number of times, attitude and initiative are worth way more than being able to do a Caesar. You will get there. You will learn that stuff. My journey throughout medicine, throughout training, it hasn't been perfect. There's been hiccups along the way. And I've made sacrifices to get to where I am, but it's you meet people along the way, or there's always growth. But the most important thing on this slide is that at the end of the day, you do sacrifice a lot to do O&G and to get onto training, but the women will love you for it, because that's what it's all about. That seeing a woman the next day after you've, done an instrumental or something that means they get to go home with their baby is literally the best feeling in the world. And that is the core of, I guess, what we're trying to achieve. And the midwives are my refuge. I love them. So that's me. And anyone can contact me anytime. I will happily send you my CV. I will give you my all. I've got lots of resource on everything. But yeah, anytime.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. That was very insightful, and I think it's quite a daunting process, so it's nice to hear some lived experience. I think we've just run a little bit over time, so
Right.
there are no, not your fault at all. Everything you said was great. If you've got a few minutes, is it all right if we've got a couple of questions in the chat and some compliments? If it's all right, do you mind replying to them on the chat, and then we might move on to our next speaker? And just as a reminder to all our attendees, if you could also please send your questions to the Q&A instead of the chat. It just allows us as moderators to see which questions are most popular, because everyone else can upvote your questions. So just for future, that would be lovely. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Prof. Ian Simmons. Prof. Simmons is the Dean of Education at RANZCOG and the Dean of Medicine at the International Medical University. He's also a former Vice President of RANZCOG, a former Dean of Medicine at the Adelaide Medical School, and the former President of Medical Deans of Australia and New Zealand. We're very excited to welcome Prof. Simmons and to speak about the admission process into RANZCOG and the pathways into obstetrics and gynaecology. So I'll hand over to him.
Thanks very much for that warm welcome, and thanks, Gabby, for your excellent presentation. Really, I think we can all have an early coffee break, because I think you've more or less laid it out there in a very user-friendly way. And I think having had the recent experience of going through the process is really very insightful. So I'm going to reiterate some of the same ground, perhaps add a slightly different perspective from the point of view of the way the college sees the selection process. I will expand a little bit more on the mysteries of the institutional rankings and how they work, but also just provide some advice from my point of view as to where you can maximize your chances of getting into the training program. So can everybody see my presentation okay?
Yep, that's good. We can go to full screen if you want to, like on slideshow.
Yep, I will. Oops. Okay. I'll just see if I can. We'll get the slideshow. There, is that better?
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to just give a little bit about what the RANZCOG training program involves. And I would say at the outset, I'm going to focus on this RANZCOG specialty training program this morning in the interest of time. More than half of the trainees that enrolled in college training programs are actually involved in the diploma, certificate, or in the advanced diploma. And I just stress again what Gianni said in the first presentation, how significant a bit that is of the options for women's health training. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but broadly speaking, there isn't a competitive selection process to get into diploma training. It's really more a question of the availability of suitable training sites where you are and which of those three programs you want to go through. So I want to just mention a few things about eligibility for training and make one particular point about the distinction between getting accepted into training and getting employed as a trainee. I'll just give an overview of the selection process for specialist training. I won't spend too much time on the weighting because Gabby's already done that. Just pick up a couple of points on CV scoring, referee scores, as I've mentioned, and say a little bit about the interview process. Then I've got some data from the success rates of the recent selection process and what you can do to optimize your chances. And finally, some indicative timelines if you're thinking of applying for next year, bearing in mind that, of course, the selection process for this year has already been completed. So specialist ONG trainings is divided into two sections: basic training, which is basically 4 years full-time, although you can do it part-time, including in the first year of training, which includes rotating between different hospital sites in what's called an ITP, an integrated training program. Some states have got only one ITP, other larger states have got more than one ITP based in different areas. And we have one rural ITP training program in which the majority trainees spend most of their time in rural hospitals. All trainees have to do at least one rotation in a rural hospital setting as defined by the modified Monash criteria, and all basic trainees have to rotate through a period of time of at least 3 months in gynecological oncology. Assessment is mainly by continuous assessment, formative 3-monthly and summative 6-monthly training supervisor reports, a number of in-hospital clinical tasks that you have to perform, assessing your procedural skills, logbook requirements, a research project, and then, if not a project, then presentations or publications as recognition of prior learning. And then you have to pass the written and oral examination by the end of 4 years. Advanced training is another 2 years, and about 25% of trainees will subspecialize during that time, extending their training out to a maximum of 7 years. Some trainees also choose to go down an academic pathway and do a PhD, which is recognised towards their 6 years of training. And now all trainees have to complete what's called at least one advanced training module. So alongside their routine senior registrar jobs, there's this educational package called an advanced training module, depending on which pathway you're in, that you have to complete. And again, there's no further exams involved in that unless you're doing subspecialty training, but you have the continuing 3 and 6 monthly assessment. So it is a fairly intensive training program. The core is the same for everybody, but there's now more distinction in advanced training depending on which pathway you want to follow. Happy to take questions about that. To be eligible to apply, you have to have a primary medical degree in Australia from Australian or New Zealand university, or from an approved institution, overseas institution. So for anybody that affects, then they should contact the college and will get advice on a case-by-case basis. And you have to have completed at least PGY2 in order to be eligible for application. Although, as we'll see in a minute, really you'd probably be advisable to delay your first application until after PGY3. In addition, there are some specific criteria to be eligible to apply for the rural training program. This is really, as many of you will know, there is a chronic shortage of doctors, relatively speaking, in regional and rural Australia. The college has a number of initiatives, including the points awarded for rurality on the CV application process, but also this rural training program for trying to encourage more specialists to train and stay in rural areas. As I mentioned, being selected for training is not a job interview. I mean, in practice, of course, everybody who gets selected for training gets a job, but the actual employment is not done by RANZCOG, it's done on a hospital by hospital basis. And some hospitals have an additional process, obviously, of application to be an employee there for selected trainees. And of course, many of you will already be employees of hospitals as non-accredited registrars or RMOs in obstetrics and gynaecology, so you'll be used for that. And finally, before you actually start your first year of training, you have to complete an application for approval for training from the local training and accreditation committee for that state. Okay, so an overview of selection. So as Gabby's mentioned already, a number of years ago, we moved from a state-based selection process to a binational selection process. So the two, Australia and New Zealand, run separate selection processes, but share a lot of the underlying principles. There are some distinctions, most importantly, that you only apply for one or the other. It's not a common list of ranking across the two. And so obviously the success rate depends upon the number of places available for training compared to the number of applicants in each of those two countries. Within Australia, you have to specify which phase and which states are your preference for training. So you can choose up to 2 places in the phase 1, which includes applications for Tasmania, Newcastle and the ACT. And then you can choose up to 3 states for phase 2 applications. And as Gabby mentioned already, if you get an offer, if you put down one of the phase 1 choices and you get an offer there, then you are automatically then removed from the selection process for phase 2. If you don't get an offer in phase 1, or you don't put that down as any of your preferences, then you will be given an offer for the states in order of preference that you've put in phase 2. The majority of people get their first state of preference, but some do not. and you need to be prepared for that and not put down a state where you would decline, you would not be willing to move to. And we realize that people have families and that's often difficult and so forth, but we strongly discourage swapping between training programs once you've been accepted onto a particular program. So bear that in mind. You don't have to put down 3 preferences. You can only put down 1. If you can only work in 1 state, obviously that potentially then rules you out if you're right at the sort of borderline. People who get ranked highly will always get their first state of choice. Then after that, once they've been told that they've got a position, there is a separate process within each state if they've got more than 1 ITP for deciding which hospital people go to as their base hospital as part of that training program. You have a maximum of 4 attempts, well, 3 attempts, but as Gabby said, if you're within 10% of getting a place at your 4th attempt but are unsuccessful, then you get a 4th go at that. And the reason why we limit that is because historically, although there's still a reasonable chance of getting on at your 3rd application, historically after that, success rates fell off very significantly. And we felt it was important that if people were not going to get into training, they didn't put their life on hold year after year after year, hoping that would happen, but, you know, got counselling about other alternatives. And, you know, as I mentioned before, there's more than 1 pathway to women's healthcare in Australia and New Zealand. So the weightings that you've already seen there before, and as Gabby rightly said, the majority of people, in fact, I think for the last 2 years, we've interviewed everybody in Australia who applied. So really, it's the selection for training weighting that is the key here mainly. As we said, there are the 4 elements for that. The referee reports, the institutional ranking in Australia, the CV application and the interview. And just to reiterate what Gabby said, the importance of looking at the most recent, when you're applying, looking at the most recent iteration of the trainee handbook for guidance about that, because this is an evolving process. It's a learning process for us. We do take on board new things, and therefore we alter some of the weightings and the points and so forth from time to time. So it's important to have a look at that. But broadly speaking, I'd like to pick up a few things that Gabby said from the CV scoring. The first is that you can get up to 12 points out of your total of 60 or so from just having periods of training in O&G prior to application. And that total increases up to 24 months of training that you will have completed by the time of starting your O&G training. So I think from that point of view, you really, to stand any chance from the CV scoring point of view of getting into the training program, need to have done at least 12 months of post PGY1 PGY1 or onwards time in O&G. And of course, there aren't very many PGY1 jobs that would be relevant to that. So we're mainly talking about PGY2. These have to be in blocks of 6 months. You can't add up a week here or a week there. It has to be continuous. And by 6 months, we mean 20 weeks. So you can have some leave during that time. You can also get up to 3 points for clinical experience outside of obstetrics and gynaecology. And we have ways for overseas applicants of recognising O&G training in other countries as well towards this. If any of that training was done in a recognised rural site, you get additional points for that as well. As Gabby mentioned, the emphasis on academic and research has been reduced a little. Basically, if you get a PhD, have a PhD in anything, then that gives you 3 points. Other than that, it's a question of getting 1 or 2 publications or presenting at regional or national or international scientific meetings, and the details of what that constitutes are all in the training, the CV scoring details that you can see online, and which I've included links to in this presentation. Rural or Indigenous, if you identify as Indigenous, or you've completed or you've come from a rural or regional background, then or you've done time working since graduation in a rural or remote setting, then these are all potential sources of additional points, including spending time in a rural clinical school. So I think that will, a number of medical students here will be in that category. The professional criteria, so we do draw a distinction. You'll see there's a distinction between New Zealand and Australia here, because in Australia we don't count the diploma up and over and above the Certificate of Women's Health. This is partly because we didn't, I mean, I think Gabby's point about the experience gained from that is absolutely correct, but we do prioritise our diploma and diploma advanced places for GP trainees, not as a pathway to specialist training. That's just purely for availability of training sites and so forth. So what you can do is top that up with attending a number of recognised courses, like the ALSO course. Those are listed in the admissions handbook, or you can complete the pre-vocational program, which is a combination of the Certificate of Women's Health, a number of mandatory courses, and an online self-directed learning program that the college run. And finally, I mean, kudos to Gabby. I think this is the bit that many people will have perhaps thought, oh my God, listening to her dedication. I mean, the working in a voluntary capacity or in a leadership role at a national level, again, there are a number of points that are allocatable to that. I think the key thing to say about those things is that they have to be sustained, and you have to provide some evidence that you've done them. You can't just rock up to, you know, the soup kitchen one evening and then say that's you've done your NGO bit, obviously. Also, I would, you know, suggest that it should be things that you would want to do in of their own right, not just because you're trying to get points to get into specialist training. That's the whole point of assessing this. Okay. So that's basically a breakdown of the distribution of the points. The slight differences between Australia and New Zealand are related to issues around rural experience and so forth, but broadly speaking, the balance is the same. Okay. So there are 2 types of reference. The referee that you nominate. So trainees nominate up to 4 referees, and really you need to get reports back from 3 of those. It's a structured reference. They don't just write us a letter saying this is a good person. They are asked to score you across a range of different areas, broadly divided into clinical expertise, communication, and interactional skills, including teamwork and sort of scholarship and knowledge. We then basically, and as Gabby rightly says, it doesn't matter how eminent or not eminent, as long as they're eligible to be a referee. They don't have to be, they don't all have to be ONG people, but at least a couple of them should be fellows or diplomats at least. And most people will take their references from medical officer jobs that they've done in ONG, so that's not usually an issue. To be valid, the referees have to complete at least 50%, so they can't just rate you on one thing and say, I've never seen this person. And so Gabby's quite right, you need to pick people who have some familiarity with you. You can track your referees and see if they've responded. So, but you know, it's up to you to chase them up if they're not. The reason why you need to get at least 3 is because we divide the average by 3 to get the score that contributes overall as a proportion. Now, not surprisingly, we're selecting from roughly a couple of hundred or more people each year who apply. They've already got through medical school, they've already done medical officer training, they're motivated. We recognise that not everybody who applies every year we can find a place for, but that doesn't mean to say that the people we can't find a place for that year wouldn't have made perfectly good trainees. And generally speaking, the CV scoring and the reference reports from the people you nominate produce very close scores. So the institutional ranking is really not a question mostly of sort of saying we don't think this is a good person or that they're not suitable for training. It's an attempt for us to just tease out, yeah, but you know, if you had to pick only one of these 2 great people, is there any difference between person 1 and person 2 that you would pick for? So what happens is that, as Gabby said, for each hospital, between the January of the year prior to you applying for training and the August of that year, that you have trained for at least 6 months in, we will contact usually the head of department or the head of training at that particular site with a list of the trainees who worked there who are applying for selection this year. And they will then consult widely with senior registrars, with fellow consultants and so forth, and they will come up with a ranking list as long as they've got at least 3 people to rank. And broadly speaking, you know, you can think of it that they've got an overall sort of pool of points to allocate from that, so that the highest rank trainee would get nearly the full allocation of whatever it is, 24% of points equivalent towards their ranking, and the lowest trainee might only get sort of, you know, less than half of those points. For the training sites where there is 3 or less trainees, they just get a straight average number of points. So that they're neither advantaged nor disadvantaged by that. So in other words, to maximize the points you can get in that, yes, it's true that you would need to have worked in a larger site, but there's also the chance then that if you were at the bottom of that ranking list, that you would get less than somebody who'd worked in a smaller training site. And that's the way that it works in practice. Okay, the interview. So for the last couple of years, we've been running it online because of COVID, and we've yet to decide about whether that will revert to face-to-face for next year. But there are pros and cons to doing it online. Generally, it's worked well, and it's been popular with trainees who don't have to travel to one of the state capitals to be interviewed. But watch this space for that. Broadly speaking, though, the format is the same. There's a panel which includes representatives from each of the ITPs that are involved in that process. It's a 15-minute interview. There are usually 5 or 6 standardized questions. We use the same questions in every state. The New Zealand group interview earlier, so they have a slightly different set of questions. The first question is worth only a couple of points, so much less weighted. Is a sort of icebreaker. At least one of the other questions will include a clinical question. You know, you're a medical officer on call and suddenly a woman comes in with collapse at 20 weeks pregnant. What are you going to do? So partly we're assessing clinical knowledge there at a level which is appropriate for somebody who's only done pre-vocational training. But also partly we're looking for insight and an understanding of when you need to escalate and how you involve other people in the team. So each of the panel members scores independently. Those that are eligible are then averaged to produce the score for that candidate. And then the whole process is standardized across each country. So in other words, if you have a panel whose average score for everybody they interviewed that day is higher than another panel, then those scores are averaged out so that nobody's disadvantaged in the national ranking just because their particular state panel was a bit easier or a bit harder in terms of how they were scored. So that's broadly speaking the selection process. Gabby said that about a third of people get in. I would say probably that the figure is nearer to half. So if you look, these are the last 4 years of selection. As I said, there are differences between New Zealand and Australia because you're competing in a different pool. New Zealand offers about 20 places a year, Australia between 80 and 90 places a year for training. The Australian success rates are and this is for all attempts, are just under 50%. For New Zealand, are more like sort of 60% or so. And trainees and the success rates for the first, second and third attempts are broadly similar. So even trainees undertaking their third attempt still have about a 50-50 chance of getting onto the training program. As I said, historically, beyond that, very few trainees were successful, but certainly it's important to bear in mind when you're trying to get into the training program that you're after 3 attempts, up to 3 attempts, your chances of getting into the program are going to be well above 50%. So just to calm people about that, if this is really the right thing for you, then keep at it and take the feedback, talk to your referees and from each attempt. So finally, just a few words about, just to sort of supplement what Gabby said about, from my perspective, what you can do to optimize your chances. The most important bit about selection, as it was in your decision to go to medical school and everything else, is self-selection. You know, you need really to consider, what are my motivations for doing this? Is this the right pathway for me? You know, what do I know about the lifestyle that's involved here? Is that the right thing for me and my family? What are the alternatives? Talk to people about that. Talk to your seniors, talk to your mentors about it, because that's the single most important step in selection. Then my advice would be to have at least 18 months pre-vocational experience in O&G from a points point of view, but also to give you time. And, you know, we increasingly expect that first year trainees will have had some practical experience, will have done some cesarean sections, will have been involved in first on call on delivery suite, you know, will understand. It's not impossible to do it with little or no experience, but it would be a real uphill struggle. And like I said, you're not likely really to get an offer if you've only done 6 months of O&G. Read the CV scoring criteria. The link to the current one is here, but make sure that when you're about to apply or 6 months out from that, that you've reviewed that. As Gabby said, for obvious reasons, we don't make radical changes without giving notice. So, you know, what you can see at the moment, broadly speaking, is probably what it'll be like for next year, but there may be some tweaks in that. I would say that just to, Gabby mentioned about putting everything in that you think might be relevant. Up to a point, I think that is true, but be sympathetic to our assessors who have to wade through all this material. The CV scoring criteria specifically say the things that won't count. Okay, read that and don't put those things in because they won't count. So it's a waste of your time and our time. But if you're not sure, put it in by all means, yes. We don't have negative scoring. We won't actually penalize you, but it's just a waste of time. I would suggest that you should, if you're in New Zealand, you should do the diploma or the pre-vocational program. It's relatively straightforward points. Doing the CWH is a great way to get some foundational knowledge. It has an MCQ attached to it, so it's a useful exercise to do there. And if you don't get into training, you can use it as the first step on a pathway to diploma training. So it's not time wasted if you want to continue in women's health. By all means, try, if you haven't got a PhD, which most people obviously don't, try and get a couple of presentations or a paper. It's helpful, but it's only 1 or 2 points. I mean, people thinking this is the only thing I can do to my CV, it's not going to make any difference as to whether you get an interview. It's unlikely to make a huge amount of difference as to whether you get a place. Academic excellence also scores well, but you know, there's nothing much you can do about that if you're a pre-vocational trainee. So those medical students who are listening, each hospital, each university has a RANZCOG awarded prize for being best in ONG in their year. So that's something worth looking at. And likewise, if you're top of the dean's list or get the gold medal or whatever the equivalent is at your university for the whole medical program, then you can get points for that. If you're thinking about volunteer work and leadership, think about that early, because it's not something you can tweak in the last few months before you apply. So this is really something to be thinking about as a medical student. This is, your career path, because it's obviously, challenging to do that on top of being a house officer. And I would totally endorse what Gabby says about, pick your referees from people who know you and who you think will give you a positive reference report. But just be aware that most of our referees, quite rightly, give very positive ratings to most of the people who talk to them. So picking a bad referee, somebody who will give you a bad score, is not a good idea. It doesn't, generally speaking, it's not the thing that will make or break your application. So just make sure that your referees do respond, and most of them are very conscientious about that. As far as reference reports and the institutional ranking, this is not, you will not get a good institutional ranking by climbing tooth and nail over the dead bodies of your colleagues, in order to be somehow better than them. In fact, I would say the opposite is true. The people who get the best ranking are the people, and Gabby is a great example of that, who are conscientious, hardworking, good team players, get on well with the not just their fellow, not the consultants, but their peers and the midwives, and just generally show a patient-centered approach to their care. And those are the sort of things we're looking for. We recognize that other areas, we're not expecting you to be a star surgeon or, know everything about ONG or whatever. It's absolutely the attitude bit of it that is what mainly influences the way people rank you or give you a reference. And finally, again, about the interviews, clearly they are a significant bit of whether you get an offer for training. And I think people can get very anxious about that, understandably. Paradoxically, I think that the anxiety levels have been a little less with the online interviews, but the principles are the same, which is that I think it always pays to practice. Many hospital sites now, for their pre-vocational trainees, will offer practice interview opportunities. If they don't, then recording yourself, talking to people who've been through the interview process recently. Obviously, we don't use the same questions, but you can get a feel for the sort of questions that have been asked in the past, preparing for those, and doing practice interviews. I think that they, at the very least, they reduce your anxiety level going into the process. What I would not do personally is to pay for expensive professional interview tutoring. I'm skeptical about the evidence that it actually makes any difference. It's obviously up to you. Some can charge extraordinary amounts of money for this. We don't. The college does not recommend any particular professional interview preparation programs or courses, and most of our trainees who get a place have not done them. So just finally, just to remind you of the timelines, they're all on the trainee selection. Broadly speaking, New Zealand timelines are a month ahead of the Australian ones. For Australia, applications open in April, close a month later, and then we usually conduct the interviews in mid-July we usually conduct the interviews around about August and notify people of the outcome in early September.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for all that, Prof. Simmons. I think that was probably the most anticipated session, yours and Gabby's today. So that was very useful. Thank you so much. I think we'll have to move on to the next speaker, but we do have some questions in the Q&A. Is it all right, Prof. Simmons, if I maybe email them to you a bit later and we can post the answers on social media, or if you're
sure.
type in the chat? Thank you so much, Prof. Simmons.
Okay, pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll pass on to Shiva to introduce our next speaker.
Amazing, thanks Keith. So our next speaker is Melanie Briggs. So sorry to keep you waiting. Melanie is a senior midwife at Waminda South Coast Aboriginal Women's Health and Welfare Corporation and leads the Minga Gudjaga Mother and Baby Maternity Service. She continues to make a significant difference to the health of Indigenous mothers and babies in her region. Melanie was the first endorsed Aboriginal midwife in New South Wales and is one of the only 2 endorsed Aboriginal midwives in Australia, which is amazing. We're so excited to welcome Melanie to speak about the challenges of midwifery care from an Indigenous midwife's perspective and how we can help overcome some of these challenges. So I'll hand over to you, Melanie.
Thank you, Shiva. Okay, so can you hear me?
Perfect.
Great. Should I share my screen?
Go for it.
So good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would just like to acknowledge the land on which I'm meeting and presenting to you today. I'm currently on Bidjigal peoples and Kamay peoples lands of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to my elders, those that are with us today and those that have passed. Our people are the original life givers and storytellers, healers, knowledge keepers and custodians of the lands and the waters and the animals. And we have a deep connection with each other, which keeps us grounded and gives us a sense of belonging. So my name is, well, why is it doing that? So my name is Melanie Briggs. I'm a Dharawal and Gumbaynggirr descendant, and I live and work on Wandi, Wandandian, Jerinja, Kulingudi and Murrumarang people's lands down on the southeast coast of New South Wales. I am the manager of the Minga Gudjaga, which is mother and baby program, and the Birthing on Country manager at Waminda, which is a women's wellbeing and health organisation in Nowra, New South Wales. So these are my babies, and that's Charlotte, that's holding the flag, and that's my son Neil. This was a Katsanam, which is the Congress of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Nurses and Midwives march back in 2016. We walked from Redfern AMS up to the University of Sydney for the International Day of the Midwife, which is happens every year, and we walked up there this year because, and the theme for us was the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander midwives in the country. There's not a lot of us. There's less than 300. So we're working towards increasing that number, because we know that one midwife can care for up to 42 women. But if you look at the cohort of women that we care for, they need a lot more wraparound supports. So we tend to provide continuity of midwifery care to women around 28 to 32 women. So, and depends on the level of care that's required. So that changes depending on the woman, and it's very woman-centered. But these are my babies, and I love them very much, and they keep it real. So that's why they're on here. And that's Auntie Irene Peachy. She was on the board at that time, and that's Sky Parsons, who is also a First Nations midwife, and she's a deadly one too. So I'll go to the next one. So Waminda, if you have any questions, please just pop them in as I go. I actually work better with questions. So if there's anything that I'm not explaining thoroughly, please shoot them at me. So Waminda is it's registered as the South Coast Women's Health and Welfare Aboriginal Corporation. So it's I'm not sure if you've heard, Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisations. So it's non-government. It's governed by a board of 7 Aboriginal women from our community, which then there's an executive level of Aboriginal women. It's 4 Aboriginal women that are the executives of the organisation. So we're not CEO led, so it's not that hierarchy model. It's women, circular model of care, which I'll go into next. But the reason why we've traditionally made decisions collectively as women in our group, so that's how we work. And then 75% of the staff at Waminda are Aboriginal women from community, so that supports that cultural safety and ensuring women feel safe when they come to our organisation, and that they feel nurtured and loved in the organisation when they walk through those doors. So there's no feelings of judgment or anything like that. It's their space. And yeah, our organisation's it was birthed 40 years ago, and it was by the Aboriginal women in the community, and they wanted the same quality clinical care as everybody else in the community in terms of their maternity care and their child and family health care. So they created what was called Gillamy at the time, and now it's called Waminda, and it's 130 staff, and that was 40 years ago. So it's quite a big organisation that I work in, and I am fortunate enough to work in a program with 4 midwives. There's myself and Talia. She's a Palawa midwife, but she grew up in northern Queensland. So Palawa is Tasmania, but like I said, she grew up in Townsville and worked up there. So she's working with us now, and will become endorsed very soon. And the other 2 midwives are non-Indigenous, and I guess the organisation has a program called Imperfect Allies, where our non-Indigenous or non-First Nation staff go to reflect and ask any questions, or they need to learn how to work with our people respectfully and culturally safely. So it's quite a good program within our organisation. I'll just quickly go, because this is the model of care that I work in. Women and babies are always in the centre. We practice culture in every day in our work, being Aboriginal, spirituality, understanding, empathy, all of those things that we have with our Aboriginal families. That's part of what we do, who we are. We have a healing framework, which is next, staff wellbeing. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing because I don't have much time, but it's basically it's our model of care and what we work towards within our organisation. So if you look at mainstream services, they have, I think it's core values, and you've got all of those things, but this is us. This is what we do with our women. And these are all the programs. So we're not clinical based organisation. We're a holistic wellness model of care. So it absolutely has to incorporate culture, because culture is our foundation of health, physical health. And like if we're not well and practicing our culture as we need, we get sick. So that's definitely a part of what we have to do. But I think I was asked today just to talk about, the challenges I've had being working as an Aboriginal midwife. That's the healing framework. And, I think I've briefly touched on, the lack of First Nations midwives in the country. There is only 1.3% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander midwives in Australia. And I'm not sure if you've heard of CATSNAM. They're the Congress of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Nurses and Midwives. I'm happy to share this link if you would like it. And they've just published a report called Getting Them and Keeping Them and Growing Them report. So it's basically around how do we support Aboriginal women and men to want to practice midwifery, get into midwifery studies. We might have people that work in an ARCHO, for example, that want to study midwifery, but they don't have the qualification or something like that. Then this Getting Them and Keeping Them Growing Them report, it's all about that national and tertiary level education support for our people to get in and get that education. So that's that. And then there's pathways. There's so many great things. So I'll send you the report. It's on their website. It's really good to look at. So that's one of the barriers is the lack of the numbers. So and also the research is very much, the evidence is not written by our people. It's always written about us, and we no longer accept that. It needs to be written by our people, for our people, in a strength-based lens. We've always been seen as a problem or a deficit on the health system, and we're not accepting that anymore. So it needs to be very much, and we've got solutions. We always create solutions, and we need to take ownership of our health, which we have, which is why ARCHOs are so important. So NACCHO, which is the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, they're the peak, one of the peak organisations that's working towards, taking ownership and making sure that policies and governments are reorientating funding towards ARCHO so that we can care for our own people. And so there's also Lawicha. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Lawicha research organisation. So that Lawicha is a woman. She created an organisation which is around First Nations evidence and research, and I'll send you that link too if you'd like. But very much privileges the voices of First Nations people's research. So that's really important, that when you're researching and doing, writing your PhDs or writing your essays, that the first author in that paper is an Aboriginal person, because it's written from their lens, and it's written, with strength. What else is there? So there was also, I wrote a list. So our benchmark, we're always benchmarked and compared against non-Indigenous people. And, this can be seen as a problem, because we don't want to be equal. We want to thrive our own way, and we want to know what our benchmark is, and our data, the data that's been collected on behalf of us has always been, for us. So they say it's always data that's collected for us, but we don't own that data. So that data can then be used in whatever manner, framework that person that's collected that data sees useful for them. So we basically, we need to have our data sovereignty. So we identify what our benchmark of health is for our own people, and then we work towards that. So that's another thing that the peak bodies are doing, is looking at who are we as people, what do we see as a good healthy life, what do we want to achieve in our life, what is the foundation of our health, and how do we make sure that we're incorporating all these things. And that's a big problem, especially when you're writing papers and stuff like that. So and I remember working in a hospital and being the only Aboriginal midwife on the ward, and then an Aboriginal woman would walk in, and then it'd just be expected that I would know who that woman is, I would know where she's from, I would know how to support her, and so it's sort of like there's an Aboriginal woman that's coming in, there's an Aboriginal midwife, so let's just give the Aboriginal woman, the Aboriginal midwife, the Aboriginal woman, because that's their problem, not the system's problem. And that's always been the case. It's like, no, we cannot look through that lens anymore. Everyone that walks through that door needs to be seen as equal and has, gets the same clinical care as everybody else. And, it needs to be very safe for every woman. So, as a midwife, I experienced that, and, that then puts a lot. I'm there to provide clinical care to all women that walk through that door, but then when, it's just expected that I would be looking after it, which of course I do anyway, but it shouldn't be that role. Like, the system needs to expect, they need to employ somebody to do that role, because I'm also doing midwifery, and I can't be in two worlds. So so I guess as doctors, majority of people on here are studying to be doctors, yeah. So one of the main things I would suggest, is that know your community, know what is outside of the hospital, what support systems are outside, what are your patients actually accessing when they walk out of those doors, and how can you make sure that they're actually linking in with those programs? Are they safe? And just, it's really stop that. So yeah, just knowing what programs your patients are actually going to walk out and into from the hospital setting. So, and I know being a midwife, I used to work in mainstream, but I don't anymore. So I work at Waminda, which is an archer, it's outside of the system. So problems for me is that I cannot provide intrapartum care within a hospital setting unless I have an access agreement, which is very problematic, which then creates a lack of skill, de-skilling. It de-skills me in the intrapartum and labour and birth space. So that's a major barrier for any midwife working outside of the system, unless they're doing home birth, which is not covered by insurance. But these are the things that we're working on at the moment with the Birthing on Country project. If you've heard of Birthing on Country, so yeah, it's a national project, or it's a national model of care that's redesigning maternity systems for our women. It's investing in our workforce, it's strengthening our families, so supporting the wraparound care of our families with family support workers, transport, like in hospitals. We say, oh yes, well we've made for example, we've made the patient an appointment. We need her to come in have a CTG this day, then an ultrasound this day, then go and get bloods this day, and then da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, how's she going to get there? Does she have transport? Is there transport services available? Is your social works department able to provide taxi vouchers? There's all of these social impacting factors that, that impacts that woman or that pregnant person's ability to get to those appointments. So we have to have an open lens, not just clinical lens. There's so much more to providing that care. What else am I at? Is that everything? I think that might be everything. Yeah. And then that's our healing framework. So this is what makes us whole and physical and healthy and well. So we do ceremony all the time. Our identity and our culture. Nali, which is food. We love food. We love traditional foods. Speaking language. Our family and our kinship systems. Our spirituality. And just being together. I've got a few questions here. Hold on. Is that a question? Can we use the term birthing people instead of women? Absolutely. Apologies. Do you receive funding from the Commonwealth organisation for this work? Yes, we do. We do receive funding from the Commonwealth. But which option are you talking about? Can we better integrate our medical models on women's health with our First Peoples? So that's what Wominda is. It's women's health and well-being. So I'll go back to the model of care. So women and the babies are in the centre, and see all these beautiful coloured circles? They're all the programs that wrap around the women. So the clinical services is in one of those. It's called Lily, is it Lily Pilly? Or is it, I know it's G-Bung, so Gadu Balang Biani. So that's our clinical team. So we have 6 female GPs. We also have 12 Aboriginal health practitioners who actually do clinical work. So they provide the triage before they go in and see the doctors. We have nurses, we have a team of midwives. And what we also do is we do marina insertions, we do implant insertions, and we also we do contraception, pretty much whatever the patient needs.
Melanie, I might just interrupt if that's all right. I'm so sorry, but thank you for such a wonderful talk. There's a couple of other questions. If you don't mind, is it okay if we send them to you via email and you can take your time to answer them, if that's all right? Thank you so much. I think your talk provided an incredible insight, and we'd love to receive those reports so we can put them on our social media and publicise them as well. And you're a great asset to the community. So it was lovely to hear from you.
Thank you.
I might go ahead. I'll hand it over to Keith to introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Shiva. Thank you so much, Melanie. So our next speaker is Dr. Rachel Johnson. Dr. Johnson is a general pediatrician and an adolescent health physician working at the CMDHB, Centre of Youth Health in Auckland, New Zealand. She's a strong advocate for transgender healthcare and continues to support gender diverse and transgender children, young people and their families across Auckland. We are so excited to welcome Dr. Johnson to speak about the challenges of providing gender-affirming healthcare and how we can overcome these challenges. Thank you so much, Rachel. I think you're just on mute still.
Yeah, kia ora. Finally got it, and I got my slides up. Okay, so yes, I'm Rachel, and I use she, her, ihr pronouns. I just want to acknowledge Huriana's images that I've used through my presentation. yeah, so this is what I'm hoping to get through. And I just want to acknowledge that 10 minutes or a little bit over is not a lot of time to get through the challenges that I think I've faced working in gender affirming care. And so I do put a lot of information into the PowerPoints. So the idea is that I can share them afterwards, and hopefully there'll be some resources in there that will be useful to you and kind of guide you on a little bit of further reading. So my journey, in a nutshell, I originate from Yorkshire in the UK. I went to med school in Newcastle. I was probably one of the few first years that I didn't buy a stethoscope because I wasn't sure whether I'd make it out the other end. I've always suffered with a bit of a healthy dose of imposter syndrome. But I did finish, and I'd worked for a couple of years, and then I went to Tauranga. And I was planning on being there for 6 months, but kind of caught the Kiwi bug and ended up staying in, or moving on to Auckland. Again, was only meant to be for 6 months, but I ended up completing my paediatric training in Auckland. Along the way, there's a quick pic of Prince William there. I had the pleasure of meeting him on oncology ward round, and I did actually stand on his foot when I moved in for my photo. My claim to fame. And I've just got a few pictures there. One of them is me doing a musical in West Side Story, and I managed to get back into doing some of the things I was passionate towards the end of my training, and that's where I met my husband. We've got 3 children. It was only intended to be 2, but second pregnancy was a twin pregnancy. So we had to, I guess, navigate prematurity. One of the twins had chronic health issues. We were in and out of hospital for, weeks and for a few years. So I guess it's just to say, look, life throws challenges at you, but you can navigate a career, particularly when you're passionate about that career. It was my actual break going to work. And there's my choir, because you've got to keep the things that you're passionate about. You've got to keep doing those. It keeps you sane. So if you don't remember anything from today that I talk about, I want you to remember this, that gender diversity is part of normal human diversity. And back when I first learned this, I was back in about 2007, I met these beautiful Pacifica and Maori trans women. And they taught me about their lives, and they taught me about some of the dreadful adversity that they'd faced. But I also learned how resilient these young women were. And they came to us because they wanted gender affirming care. And so we didn't really know much about it, but we were there to try and provide care to young people. So we did our best. And I think it's really important to acknowledge how important that care was. It's not just a cosmetic thing. It's something that really helps them be true and live a life true to themselves. And certainly this young woman went on to be a social worker. Another one of the young women I was working with went on to be a nurse. And at the time we met them, they were out of school, not really doing a lot. And I think just shows how much supporting young folk and how important care was. So yeah, these young women, there was nothing wrong with them. They didn't have a mental health problem. It was just part of being who they are. And as we know, in many cultures around the world, gender diversity is accepted, embraced. And as Teddy Cook, the ex-OzPath vice president, said, binary came in with the boats. So I'm just going to give a quick flick picture here of accessing timely healthcare. Now, I want to be really clear. My goal is not to help people fit to some binary cisgender mold. It's about being true to who they are and making sure that they understand what hormones and what care can do for them, so they have clear and realistic expectations. But you can see on this picture, this young woman had accessed care at Tanner 2, so that's early in puberty, so she'd got access to blockers and hormones. So, I just want to kind of put it there how powerful medications can be, testosterone especially. Now, another challenge when I first started working was that we didn't really have a lot of information about the population that we were serving. So I'm not a researcher, and I will admit this, I'm not the academic type, but having good links with people who are meant that we could get a question into the Youth Health 2000 survey. So this was quite novel. Back in those days, it was shared around the world because it's one of the few surveys, well, one of the first surveys to show that 1% of high school students identified as being trans and non-binary. Yes, our language back then was pretty poor. Just shows how in medicine we do keep evolving in what we're learning. But again, the same figure in 2019. We've got a lot more information, and I apologise, it's pretty much Kiwi stats, but again, how research has helped us move forward. We get information, we get the evidence, and I just want to flag the Counting Ourselves survey, which is in its second time running now, which opened a week ago and has already got 800 participants. So please share amongst your networks in New Zealand. But the information that we get, it was really saddening for healthcare providers, you know, people avoiding healthcare. I'm afraid of how they're going to be treated. So it just shows what a big job we had to do. And sadly, I suspect we still have a long way to go, but it'll be interesting to see what the survey shows. So again, a key slide here, thinking about where you're working, what your role is, no matter where you're working. There are ways to improve and think about how you can work and support trans and non-binary clients that you're seeing. Great to see she, her, or all the pronouns here. I'm looking at mine, but it's great to see that there, because something as simple as asking or introducing yourself and then asking someone's name and pronoun can make all the difference in your engagement and how someone feels. But it's taking that next step, making sure it's in your notes, it's on your letters, that your systems work to ensure that the correct name and pronoun is shown, because sometimes we've had challenges where things get flipped back when people go to another clinic. Trans-inclusive language, thinking about in the ONG world, when body parts and the names for body parts can actually trigger gender dysphoria and distress for some people. So again, it's checking in, something simple as asking what language is preferred and trying to use that language. Now, sometimes we get it wrong and we make mistakes. And that's okay. We don't want to be fearful of not trying because of making mistakes. So, for example, if you do mess up and get someone's name or pronoun wrong, apologise briefly and just move on. Don't make a big deal of it. Having bathrooms, is there somewhere that a trans or non-binary person can go to a bathroom? Because often we're in women's spaces, or it's described as women's spaces. There may not even be a toilet someone can use. And again, just having, this is from the recent breastfeeding week in New Zealand, images that depict our birthing people. They're not all cis women. And for those of you that do want to know a little bit more, there is a really cool, or two little YouTube Trans 101 training modules on the PATHA information website, and more are coming. So I normally talk about our service, but I'm not going to do that today because it's, we're looking at things from an ONG lens, but just to let you know, our service has grown hugely. We've got about 500 young people in the service, and we're really privileged that we follow people through into their 20s. So it's great to see these journeys and how people do when they're provided with gender affirming care. And we can't do it alone. We create a village. So this has taken a long time to create, but it's just to say, having those connections into the community, primary care coming on board and providing care, that's been really awesome to us. And yeah, just acknowledging PATHA and OzPath now, and really great resources to kind of learn about. And I've got another slide a little bit later. There weren't many resources when we first started out, so that was another big challenge. Many American resources we were using and UK resources which didn't really resonate so well. So we have gone on to create resources. We share them on the Haiora Tahini Health Point, so it's visible not just clinicians, but also to the trans community. So, for example, things that are pretty important like menses cessation information, or monitoring on masculinizing hormones. So primary care colleagues can have a look at that information, or anybody can look at that. And there's a whole lot of other resources. We wrote the guidelines for gender affirming care in New Zealand, which incorporates a Te Whare Tapa Whā model of care. So I do, and it's done in a very holistic way, and certainly very depathologizing. So I encourage people to look at that as well. Some great Aussie resources from Melbourne for trans children and youth, and the new informed consent standards of care out in Australia, and hopefully ours in New Zealand will be out very soon. And I would also say the Trans of Australia resource is fantastic if you want to share with clients or you want to learn about hormone treatment. They're fantastic resources. So just briefly, O&G considerations. So again, this was a quick slide I put in this morning when I read the title of my talk. Things to think about: contraception, and I found a wee link into the Family Planning New Zealand. I've gone to some workshops on this, but even if you're not having periods, testosterone can completely stop menses. That doesn't mean to say you're not ovulating. If there is body parts that it could cause a pregnancy, you need to be using contraception, and particularly important if you're on testosterone, that could clearly cause problems, possibly for a fetus. Menses management is not just about pain and bleeding and controlling that. Just having anything can be triggering of severe distress when you experience gender dysphoria. Not everybody gets severe distress from menses, but when it's there, it's just understanding, actually looking at how you manage that is incredibly important. And sometimes I do, need to liaise with my O&G colleagues around that. Testosterone for some people can cause pelvic pain, so there's some research coming on about that. I'm thinking about, the examinations, just your interactions. If you're having to do a speculum exam, if someone has gender dysphoria, how are you going to navigate that? What about someone's on T? Not everybody becomes very low in their estrogen levels. Some people have got good conversion, but for some, they are very low in estrogen. So if you've got very dry vagina or atrophic vaginitis, what does that look like? So it's about thinking about these things, that are important. Using topical estrogen for a few weeks before could be really helpful. Fertility considerations, I've got another slide around that, but yeah, the language supporting birth parents and their partners. There's language around partners too. It's, it's all these things that we need to be moving forward, and there are resources there now to look at. And again, dispelling some myths. When we first started out, for people on testosterone, they were told that they needed to have their uterus and ovaries removed if they'd been on T for 5 years. Now, it's great that we have evidence that's got rid of that, because I'm working with young people, whilst they may not be thinking to have children now, they may want to use their uterus, they may want to use those eggs, maybe not for themselves, someone else could birth that baby, but, it's really important that we've got this information. And I just flagging Juno Oberdin-Maliva, who was at one of the conferences, and that paper that she's written, that's quite cool, and have a look at some of her work. So nearly finished. I don't know what time I'm on, but pregnancy and fertility. I work and support young people in helping them understand the impact of testosterone or estrogen on their fertility. So I'm blockers sometimes. So it's about counselling around options and future possibilities. So it's really important that I know about this stuff. I went to this conference in the UK, and there's a link there to some of their lectures if anyone's interested. But a young person said, I didn't know it was possible, because you know what, we spend so much time talking about how hormones could impact. You know what, actually for a lot of people there are still possibilities, so we need to be embracing that. And it was great to see trans parents there with their kids and thinking about the future for these young people that I'm working with. The great guideline from Brighton that came out, and this is where they had a front sheet with the language that people were using, just simple things, the pronoun sticker on the front, and that really was helpful. So look at that, they weren't finalized when we were at the conference, but they're now out. The Trans Pregnancy Care Project is out in New Zealand, exploring people's experiences. But now the next phase is about getting people who are working in O&G and fertility and things to kind of share their experience, even if they've not worked with someone who is trans or non-binary. It's about finding out what people know for the next step of what else needs to be done. And I love this quiet shift to more inclusive pregnancy language and the long road towards systemic change. This was from last week, and it talked about birthing journeys and fertility journeys of parents. And I want to say we've been really lucky in New Zealand. The media portrayal has been quite balanced. In Australia, I've followed what's gone on. It's been horrendous for those often, you know, for those who are trans and non-binary, firstly, but also with those working in this care. I'm, you know, seeing it as something that is wrong and shouldn't be done. So we've been pretty lucky that New Zealand hasn't been hit quite as hard, but, you know, we do get emails and things like that telling us what we're doing is not okay. So just quickly, PATHA, that's the organisation that in New Zealand for professionals who, and if you want to join, it's not too expensive to join, particularly if people are students and not earning quite so much. But it's been hugely important for me working with trans health professionals and other health professionals to, you know, to be able to work towards advocacy. You know, we've banned conversion therapy in New Zealand. We're changing your gender on birth certificates easier. Statements, just kind of responding when things are out there. So there's some really good stuff about being involved, or just looking at the websites, because there's some brilliant statements and information, you know, including lots of the evidence that's out there on OzPath and also on our website. And we're going to be having a joint symposium in Melbourne of next year. So that's pretty exciting. So yeah, so just finishing up. So these, I guess, are the key points that, you know, we've got to celebrate human diversity, and just think about how gender affirming care is, you know, going to come into your practice. You know, we all need to be thinking about this. I'm someone that has always done my best to share the information, and my neighbour's an ONG registrar, so I'm always busy telling her about the latest things that are coming out, because that's how this works. It's about sharing resources, sharing information, and working together to make sure we're doing things better, because we've had a long history of not doing things quite so well. And yeah, little tip for those challenges: keep on keeping on, even if it's just one teeny tiny step at a time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rachel, for that. That was super insightful. And yes, we have tried to be as inclusive as possible as in an online format by putting pronouns on all of our profiles. Awesome. Thank you. We have one question that I think we have time for. Are there any health risks associated with hormone replacement therapy? And the same question regarding, are there any health risks with gender affirming surgeries?
So that's a good question. I think it's very hard to answer concisely. So, you know, with any medication, be it paracetamol, there's always some level of risk. And I guess it's how high is that risk? And it's balancing the benefits. And again, we're balancing the benefits of gender affirming care. But for any person that is going to go on hormones, there is an informed consent process that does detail the benefits and talks about the risks. You know, we're very explicit around that. It's a really big thing. You know, not everybody needs hormones. And not everybody needs surgery, absolutely. You know, a lot of the folk that I work with, sometimes when they're younger, they think, yeah, absolutely, I want surgery. But when they work out, well, you know, there are risks, there are complication rates. So, you know, lots of people do navigate life without needing that. And, you know, I think we need to celebrate bodies, and we don't all, you know, it's I guess every journey is unique. And we've just got to help people work out what is the right journey for them. And we're there to provide the right evidence-based information to help guide their decisions.
We probably have time for one more question that we have in the Q&A. I'll just read it word for word. I'm not sure how best to word this question. How can we best support and affirm transgender and non-binary youth while avoiding erasure of children's identity as gay or lesbian?
Well, I would say that when I'm working with trans and non-binary youth, we talk about things separately. They understand gender is gender and sexuality is sexuality, and I'm learning things all the time. You know, a lot of the young people I see are pansexual. They're attracted to all genders. Some of them, you know, romantic attractions. I learn new terms all the time, but young people are really generally pretty clear on the difference between their gender and their, you know, sexual identity and their attraction. So I guess it's about making sure that there is some interweaving. It's both a part of your identity, but they are quite largely separate things. And the youth I work with know very, they're very clear on this. And, I'm demisexual, which is another term I've learned. So I guess what we want though is young people to, I guess, take time with hormones and things like that. It's not about not rushing onto those things, but also balancing that it can be hugely helpful. So I guess my role is making sure young people take as much time as they can in these decisions and are well informed.
Fair enough. I think you bring a good point as well. Even with someone that's as experienced as you're still learning as well as you keep going. So I think it's completely okay to not know things, but as long as you're open to understanding.
Absolutely. Ask, can you let me know? And I'm like, oh, okay. That's great. Sure. Learning new terms all the time. You can't keep on top of the language because it keeps evolving, as does all human language. So you just be open and, we keep moving. It's an exciting place to be working. It's great to be doing it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Rachel, for coming and speaking on this very important topic that we're very grateful to have you present here at the conference today. Thank you for your time.
Cool. No worries. Thank you.
All right. So we're running into our lunch break at the moment now. So if you are sitting at home in your computer, feel free to grab some food and come back and join us at 12:30 to hear from Dr. Bob, the president of RANZCOG. If you're streaming in from an in-person streaming event, feel free to socialize and get the food going. While that's happening, I will share our sponsorship video. So we're very fortunate to have our sponsorship today from Besson's Healthcare, who have very graciously given us funding to run the conference and put towards the in-person state workshops and streaming events as well. So I will share the video that we have from Besson's and go from there. Thank you, everyone.
Let's get started. My presentation is called New Directions in Oral Contraception.
My disclosures. I think we might be having a little bit of an issue. Give me 1 second.
And I thought we should start before moving forward by looking.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Let's get started. My presentation is called New Directions in Oral Contraception. These are my disclosures. And I thought we should start before moving forward by looking back. And this slide highlights what has happened in the world of oral contraception in Australia. The pill, the combined oral contraceptive pill, came to us in about 1961, and we were amongst the first in the world to get it. The progestogen-only mini pill came in the early 1970s. The combined estrogen and progestogen pill has proved to be a highly effective contraceptive. It's the most popular form of contraception in Australia. Over the years, the pill has changed in certain ways and acquired additional, if you like, non-contraceptive benefits. But its biggest strength in many ways is that it has a 24-hour missed pill window. So if you forget for a few hours, you don't have to go through the ritual of 7 days of taking extra precautions. You just take your pill and catch up. On the other hand, as we all know, the pill from the outset has been bedeviled by so-called estrogen-related side effects. The mini pill, on the other hand, is also highly effective when it's used perfectly. Its principal mode of action is by changing cervical mucus and stopping sperm getting in. But in order to do that, you have to take your mini pill within a 3-hour window every day. And if you do not do that, contraceptive efficacy is lost. And of course, as many of us know from our patients or our wives, breakthrough bleeding or irregular bleeding is a common problem with the mini pill. So I'd like to introduce you to a new progestogen-only oral contraceptive. It's called Slinda, and it contains 4 milligrams of drospirenone in a 24+4 dosing regimen. So unlike the mini pill, which has progestogen in every tablet, this is more like the combined oral contraceptive with a 4-day hormone-free break every cycle. It has comparable efficacy to the combined oral contraceptives, but also like them, it has a 24-hour missed pill window. And of course, it's progestogen only, so it avoids estrogen-related risks and side effects. The drospirenone was chosen because it's quite close to progesterone in its mode of action. It's an analogue of spironolactone. It suppresses ovulation, and of course it has the inherent progestogenic activity of effects on cervical mucus and the endometrium, and that's how it achieves its contraceptive efficacy. But it also has some anti-androgenic activity and some anti-mineralocorticoid activity, which improve its tolerability and its acceptability to women. But above all, of course, is that 24-hour window. That's the real thing that differentiates this progesterone-only pill from the previous groups of so-called mini pills. The 24-hour window makes all the difference. Over about 2,500 women, perhaps a little more, have been involved in clinical trials of this product, 2 trials in Europe and 1 trial in the United States. You can see there are some differences. In the American study, more women were younger. Also, you'll note in the American study, more women were not just overweight, but obese. Sadly, 35% of the women in the American study were obese. Blood pressures were pretty much the same in all groups of women. But if you look down the bottom, you can see when we look at cardiovascular risk factors, again, there was a difference. It's a little bit more than double in the American group than it was in the European group. If you're wondering what those risk factors were, mostly for the Americans, it was obesity and a sedentary lifestyle, and mostly for the Europeans, it was cigarettes. But both those trials demonstrated very effective contraceptive efficacy. In the European studies, it was 99.27% contraceptive efficacy for women who were on a large range of ages from 18 to 45. You'll see, though, in the American study, it was 97.4%. And that does seem odd, but there are a few reasons for that. Compliance is one, but another is the method by which the Europeans and the Americans measure and associate pregnancies with the trial. In the European trial, you've got 2 days from your last pill to get pregnant to be included, but in the American trial, it's 14 days from your last tablet. So that might explain the difference that we see there. But most importantly, if you look at recent trials of oral contraceptives that we know, then you can see that these values are similar in European studies and in American studies to Zoli, to Clara, to Yaz, to Yasmin, and to Nextstellis. It's a safe option. It's progestogen only, so there are no estrogen-related risks or side effects. It has a neutral effect on liver-dependent coagulation factors, and you can see that in the table on the right of this slide. And in those trials, in over 20,000 cycles, there were no cases of thromboembolic disease, stroke, or myocardial infarction. It's safe for breastfeeding mothers. The critical cutoff for drug into the breast milk is 1%, and you can see that for this preparation of drospirenone, the amount of drug which gets into the breast milk is actually 0.1%, and at that level, no effect on breastfed babies is to be expected. And it's safe for adolescents. There was also a trial on younger women done in Europe, which showed that firstly, estradiol levels remained in the mid-follicular range, which is important for their bone health in particular, But it also showed that those young women in the trial had less breakthrough bleeding, less heavy bleeding, less pain, and consumed fewer painkillers. So there are a number of positive aspects for young women as well. And we don't expect any adverse effects on bone health because of maintenance of the estradiol levels. And of course, neutral effect on laboratory parameters, no effect on body mass index or body weight, no effect on heart rate or blood pressure, a low incidence of common adverse reactions. None of these trials were placebo-controlled. They were either single-blind studies or comparator studies, but the level of adverse reaction you see there is about what you would see in a placebo group in most clinical trials. And in the comparator study, which was desogestrel pills, the acne rate was lower than in the desogestrel group. And interestingly, only 3% of women withdrew due to unscheduled bleeding. And that's a pretty impressive rate. In fact, the WHO estimates that about 25% of women who take the progestogen-only mini pills will stop because of bleeding problems. The 24+4 regimen was developed to try and establish regular withdrawal bleeds and to reduce the incidence of unscheduled bleeding or spotting. And you can see in the little table on the right, it does just that. By 6 months of treatment, about 30% of women have amenorrhea, and by 12 months of treatment, 48% of women have amenorrhea. And those who still have some bleeding or spotting will find that their bleeding or spotting is confined to less than 1 day per month. So a very big improvement in bleeding problems compared to the predecessors in the world of progestogen-only pills. There are, of course, some contraindications, the usual things. I've told you it's not associated with an increased risk in thromboembolic disease, but of course, if you had had an active thromboembolic event, you should not start the pill. Similarly with active liver disease, or of course any active cardiovascular events. Because it's a spironolactone derivative, it can, in cases of patients with renal insufficiency or renal failure, lead to a rise in potassium levels and hyperkalemia. In the clinical trials, the incidence of that was 0.5 to 1% of all women, and none of them had any symptoms. But if you are treating a patient who has suspected renal insufficiency, first of all, you may not choose to use this product, and secondly, if you do, you should monitor potassium levels for a few months. Obviously, it shouldn't be used with known or suspected sex steroid malignancies, undiagnosed PV bleeding, a known or suspected pregnancy, or hypersensitivity to any of the active ingredients in the pill. So who would you consider it for? You could certainly consider it for any woman who seeks contraception, for any woman who's looking to reduce hormone exposure, or for any woman who's looking to avoid estrogen-related risks and side effects. So if I can just summarize for you, Slind is the only progestogen-only pill with 99% contraceptive efficacy and a 24-hour missed pill window. It's more suitable than the combined oral contraceptive for a range of women, including breastfeeding mothers, women with a thromboembolic risk, particularly those who smoke or are obese or are older in age or who have hypertension. It's important to explain to our patients that bleeding decreases over time and that by 12 months, 48% of women will experience no bleeding or spotting at all. And last but not least, it's simple to use, it's easy to start, and it comes in a 24+4 dosing regimen.
Awesome. Thank you so much to Bessons for sponsoring our conference and all the in-person workshops as well. We'll kick off at 12:30, but until then, I will share screen for the fundraiser QR code. So if you are at an in-person streaming event or if you're at home, feel free to scan this QR code and donate to our fundraiser for the Marie Stopes International, supporting abortion care for medical services and women. Let me share my screen. The QR code will start promptly at 12:30. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Dr. Bob. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us your time. Since you're here, we'll probably just kick off. We have the fundraiser here if anyone wants to scan the QR code, or you can click on the link that we've sent on the chat as well. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Shiva to introduce Dr. Bob.
Great, thank you, Keith. Give me one moment. Great. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Bob. So I'll just introduce you if that's all right. So welcome back, everyone. We hope everyone's had a chance to grab something to eat and stretch your legs for a bit. So Dr. Bopp is the current president of RANZCOG and has been a specialist obstetrician and gynaecologist for almost 20 years. He's currently the director of obstetrics at Gold Coast University Hospital and has previously worked as a generalist, so in obstetrics and gynaecology and IVF, and is in private practice. We're very excited to welcome Dr. Bopp today to speak about the challenges he's faced in his clinical life and as the president of RANZCOG in the area of sort of medical leadership. So I will hand over to him now.
Thanks very much, Shiva, and thanks to Amy and the whole PVOGS team and the organising committee for asking me to join today. I've been asked to discuss the challenges of medical leadership, and the way I think I'll approach it is to look at what has happened in my journey, if you like, the personal challenges that I've faced in getting involved in medical leadership at different levels. Probably more importantly, I'd also like to discuss the huge benefits of being involved in any capacity where you're contributing above and beyond what's expected of you as a student or in your work role as a junior doctor and as a registrar as you make your way through. As mentioned, I was in private obstetrics and gynae practice for 20 years. 5 years ago, I decided to make a change of direction and applied and was appointed as director of obstetrics at Gold Coast Uni Hospital. So that's a tertiary hospital. We did 5,700 deliveries last year. So it's a pretty busy unit. In relation to RANZCOG, I've been involved with the college for 25 years or even longer, I think, initially as a trainee rep, although it wasn't quite as official as the trainee reps are nowadays. Then as a state committee member, then as a regional chair of the Queensland State Committee, then as a federal councillor. And when you're on federal council, you're part and parcel of a lot of different college committees, some of which you may get to the chair. I then progressed on to the board. And in my second term, I was the vice president, and I was assumed the presidency in November last year. So the challenges that are there that when you are getting involved in any capacity and in leadership differs obviously depending where you are in your career, if you're a medical student, junior doctor, registrar, consultant, etc. So I'm sure everybody in PVOGS can appreciate the extra time commitment away from university or medical officer duties. So, it's thanks to you for giving your time, showing your leadership. It's the same for everybody, it just changes slightly as you progress. So if you look at private practice, and the important thing to recognise is in obstetrics and gynaecology, 60% or more of the fellows in O&G earn all or the majority of their income from private practice. The difficult thing with private practice is obviously cover, is making sure that you've got roster cover. So you need to be part of a very good on-call group or part of a group practice, because sometimes you need to take leave at relatively short notice. It's also very important that you have clear and honest communication with your patients if you're in a private practice and you're busy doing college duties every now and again. And especially important that you're crystal clear with your staff about what's happening. And so it's about manoeuvring and making sure that you're rostering yourself well. The important thing from a private practice point of view, and I think private practice is underrepresented in a lot of areas of college work, principally because people worry about having to take the time, is, you know, yes, you're not really losing money, you're delaying income. That might be the nice way to put it. And the unusual thing is too, for every referral you might miss because you're away, it makes up for itself. There's swings and roundabouts. So if you're part of a college committee, or if you're on the college council, you're making lots of friends and networking extensively interstate and even internationally. And people are very mobile nowadays. So I received lots of referrals from people from WA or South Australia or Northern Territory or wherever, who were moving to the Gold Coast, for example, and needed someone to take over care of their pregnancy. So, you know, there is a big benefit in that. So there is actually a financial reward to some extent, or at least a financial compensation, if you could put it that way, to being involved in college work and leadership. The other big benefit is, if you're in non-core activities and leadership, is particularly for medical students, but also for doctors at any level, is it differentiates you from your peers, which can be very useful when it comes to position applications. I've done hundreds of interviews for junior doctors, for consultants, et cetera, and one of the commonest questions you have on these sorts of interviews is what differentiates you from your year equivalent peers, or something along those lines. And if you can come out with a list of your extracurricular involvement, your leadership, your college activity, that really does help. I mean, my CV after 20 years in private practice was pretty thin, but when you're sitting in front of an interview panel and you can say that you've been part of assessing overseas trained doctors, being on guideline development panels and review panels, being involved on boards where you have exposure to corporate governance as well as clinical governance, it makes a bit of a difference. It does differentiate you from your peers. In the public role, the challenge of that position, again, it's more backfilling, which was a lot easier before COVID, but obviously with COVID affecting hospitals and staff at all levels, it's been a little bit harder for that to happen. But, you know, the smarter colleagues out there actually appreciate the fact that you are being involved, that you're doing things, that you are doing some leadership and extra work, because someone's got to do it. And if you're doing it, they don't have to. So there's always that way of looking at things. And it always works. Just politely remind people that if they're getting a little bit concerned that you might be away a bit more than they are. Delegation is the other big challenge, the other critical thing to get on top of. So college presidents, obviously depends on the college, but I usually do about 30 hours a week of college business, which I have to fit in and around the work. I'm the ex officio member of about 80 committees and working groups for the college, as well as other external non-college related meetings that I can be part of. You can't accept every single invitation. You cannot go to every single meeting. You cannot go to every single conference and every single event. So you just have to delegate what you can't get to. It's probably fair when you look at any sort of pro bono work, and I'm talking very broadly here, even things like community clubs, Lions, Apex, all of these people, all organisations, and the college really isn't any different. It's getting harder and harder and harder to get people to give of their time and to get involved. So engagement is the other really big challenge, not just for us, but for everybody. And I mean, I don't know if it's part and parcel of, you know, quietly quitting or whatever you want to call it. I think it's been around for a long time, and it's slowly getting worse and worse and worse as far as people wanting to get engaged. But if you are involved, I think it's really important that you stay involved. And if you're not involved, do get involved as much as you can. The interesting thing is you know, population numbers isn't really a great reflection of engagement when we look at our college and when you look at a lot of the colleges. You know, you would think statistically New South Wales and Victoria, with all the people out there, you know, you'd have no trouble filling panels and committees and state representation, etc. But actually it's been quite difficult in the larger states. The smaller, you know, boutique, if I can use that word, places or jurisdictions, WA, South Australia, Queensland, New Zealand, they're very, very strongly involved. So that's the other big challenge for us, is engagement, is trying to get people involved and to give of their time. The other observation, I suppose, is how many people who started engagement at your level are actually still there further down as you go through the years, decade after decade after decade. You still see the same people being involved. And it's often a good marker that someone's a very keen and interested person if they've started early. As a medical student, I was involved with the Australian Medical Students Association when that was pretty embryonic way back then. A few other things, the Med Review, for example. And in fact, the current president of NASOG was in the Med Review, and I'm still slightly traumatized about him in fishnets doing a Frankenfurter out of Rocky Horror. But fortunately, this was before mobile phones and internets and social media. So I think Gino got away with that. And he's been in medical politics ever since, as has the current president of the AMA. So Steve Robson was a RANZCOG president. And I think he was pretty heavily involved at university as well, from memory. So I think most people appreciate it's a bit more to life than just your career. And, I think it's very important that over the longer term, if you get involved, stay involved, there's significant rewards for people there. They might not be as tangible as you think, but they're there. And just the friendships and the networking, as I say, is very, very important. So they're the sort of internal challenges. I'm not going to speak much longer. There's huge external challenges that are facing our profession. The big ones, decline in private insurance rates. That's significant, particularly when you put in the context of what I said earlier about how important private work is for our college and for our membership. Public healthcare, the bureaucracy is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's more and more layers, there's more and more KPIs, which is making that work harder, I think. And there's challenges from other maternity care providers who really, feel the only way they can elevate themselves is by demonising obstetricians. So there's a lot of different things going on externally, but these aren't insurmountable. And I think the message for you guys, you're the future. You are involved, get involved, stay involved. And medical leadership in the long run, it's a really, really enjoyable gig. It's something that's really worth doing. So do get involved and do stay involved. And thanks again for the opportunity to speak today.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Bopp. It was really lovely to hear from your insights. I think there's lots of young people who are listening today who are interested in making a difference in their community. And I think we're in a very privileged position being involved in healthcare where we can do that at an individual and community level. We've got a couple of questions for you. You've got a few moments to stay on.
Sure.
Now, as the president of RANZCOG, I'm sure there's lots of people that look up to you, but who would you say that you look up to, or who do you consider a role model?
I think a lot of the previous presidents, when you see what they did in when they had their tenure. And I think certainly some of the senior consultants, there's always one or two or three people that you get really impressed by when you're a junior doctor. And, often they're straight shooters. They don't mince words. They just go straight to the point. But generally, almost universally, they're really kind people and nice people. And they're good to be around, and I think you learn the most from those sorts of people. And so there's two or three of those. I won't name, but
fair enough. No, I completely agree, especially because I think our jobs are busy and stressful. And when someone can take the time out to be a bit compassionate and just check in with you, it really means a lot. So agreed. What do you think as a leader? Do you think there are some things that you implement within your team that makes you a good leader? How do you be a good leader, I guess?
I think it's communication. It's being very clear about, where you are, where you want to go, where you want the team to go. It's also very important, I think, to listen, because some people get into a leadership position and they're doing all the talking, but they're not doing any of the listening. And I mean, when that happens, people just tend to switch off. You can't take people with you if they're not feeling appreciated or understood, or they're not feeling that they're being heard.
Fair enough. I think those are very important, pertinent points for us to also take into PVOGS. You mentioned some of the difficulties of juggling like leadership roles and private practice. Is there any tips that you have for anyone who wants to get into leadership and how they, I guess, juggle those commitments and all those meetings that you attend? And
yeah, again, I think if you look at getting into significant leadership positions, it's usually not an immediate thing. You know, you do work your way through the different stages, as I said, as a committee member on a state committee, then on a federal level. So I think you kind of grow to know how to deal with your time, how to be very efficient with your time. And again, as I said, it's about what you can and can't do. Some people I've seen over the years, you know, they'll get involved in college work and, you know, they get to a certain level and they realize they just don't have the time or the interest. And so they'll stop at that point. But yeah, I think it's the time management's the critical thing.
Of course, that makes a lot of sense. And a couple more quick ones. From your vantage point as a president of RANZCOG, what do you think are some of the future challenges that ONG as a specialty will face? I think you touched on them a bit briefly, but if you had anything else to add.
Well, I mean, those are the big three, really. You know, it's about what's happening in the private, what's happening in the public. And I mean, I've said this at other PVOGS meetings and other meetings. You know, our health system isn't private or public; it's both, and both have to function well. And because if one's not working, the other one is in trouble. And I think it's probably fair to say, certainly if you look at maternity care, if you're looking at privately insured deliveries, obstetrics wise, there's been a decrease in that, and that's been a very slow thing, but it's been continuing over the last certainly 10, maybe 15 years. That's the big issue, and I think between various organisations, we have to try to get the government to realise that if private obstetrics continues to decline, it's going to be a major issue for public hospitals because the babies have to be delivered somewhere. And, you know, we know there's a capacity in the private, but it's not being utilised. So that's probably the biggest one that I can see for our profession. Gynaecology wise, I think, and I'm sure all of the registrars will agree with this, as technology has improved, you know, the indications for doing what was the basic procedure, such as a hysterectomy, have really narrowed down. And so the number of procedures has decreased. So there's the issue there about adequacy of training. That's a bit more of an internal issue. Although that's, you know, that is also a reflection of what's going on in the medical world. So we've got to really focus, and we are doing this, looking at improving curriculum, trying to make sure that we can improve exposure, particularly for surgical procedures for our trainees. Yeah, those would be some of the big ones. I think, you know, more. It's not specific to us. Obviously, general practice is in a major trouble at the moment. Again, it's been a slow decline in people being willing to get into general practice. And the way our system is arranged, general practice is the cornerstone of the whole thing. So that's another big issue. Not specific to obstetrics and gynae, but I mean, it's across the board for all of us, I think.
Yeah, of course. And I think general practitioners are involved in so much of women's health in the community. So you're absolutely right in saying that as well. Thank you for your insight in that. I think as people who are interested in getting into this, we also want to know what we're getting ourselves into a little bit. So it's good to see that sort of projected into the future. And one last question, what motivated you to get into the leadership side of things?
There weren't a lot of people doing it. And I think it's like what motivates you guys to get involved. You know, it's not about the leadership. It's about the engagement. It's about doing something a little bit above and beyond what's expected of your normal duties, as I say, as a student or a junior doctor, etc. And the leadership just comes from that. You know, eventually, you know, you get to the point where you've got quite a bit of experience, and then people turn to you and say, okay, would you consider doing this? Would you consider doing that? So sometimes it starts with a shoulder tap, but once the momentum's there, you just keep on going. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time today. And we really appreciate all of the insights you've been able to share with us. And I might hand over to Keith to introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Shiva.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our research component of the day. So I'd like to introduce the amazing Associate Professor Kirsten Palmer, who has graciously given us the time from her very busy schedule to score the presentations that we have to show today, and also to talk about life as a clinician scientist. So Associate Professor Palmer is a clinician researcher, a maternal fetal medicine subspecialist, and heads the MFM unit at Monash Medical Centre, Monash Health. She's also a senior lecturer with the Department of Obstetrics and Gynaecology at Monash University, where she leads the Maternal and Perinatal Medicine Translational Research Group. We're so grateful to have her at our conference today. We have 8 abstracts for today, each belonging to each being a 3-minute oral presentation, and our lovely presenters have pre-recorded their videos and we'll be playing through to them now. As an attendee, if you'd like to check out the speaker profiles and the abstract titles, you can head over to our conference website. And without further ado, I'll start playing the videos. All right.
An increasing number of women with complex comorbidities are embarking on the journey of pregnancy. This can often be challenged by the complex maternal physiology of obstetric patients, making them a truly unique subcategory of all ICU admissions. Several patients require specialised monitoring during their peripartum period, with a vast spectrum of interventions that may be indicated, thereby determining a patient's disposition between ICU and HDU. The objective of this study was to review indications for obstetric admissions to ICU versus HDU, with an overarching aim to reconfigure the service for optimal allocation of resources. 465 obstetric patients admitted to HDU or ICU over the last 5 years were analysed. It was essential to distinguish which patients met a true ICU indication versus those that were classified as requiring only HDU care. For a patient to be classified as true ICU, they required one or more of the following: a vasopressor or respiratory support, developing end organ failure, or requiring complex cardiac monitoring. All other patients were classified as suitable for HDU, which mainly comprised of those requiring monitoring or the administration of a magnesium sulfate infusion. Only 22% of patients were defined as meeting these true ICU requirements, with the leading diagnosis on admission to ICU being major obstetric hemorrhage. Majority of these met the true ICU definition due to their vasopressor requirement. An overwhelming majority of all patients, around 78%, were defined as meeting HDU requirements only, with 2 main indications. Firstly, for monitoring post-insertion of the Bacri balloon after a major obstetric hemorrhage, and secondly, for administration of a magnesium sulfate infusion for preeclampsia. None of the patients that were admitted to HDU for monitoring further deteriorated and then were later classified in this true ICU criteria. Therefore, given the greater majority of admissions requiring only HDU type monitoring, the development of obstetric HDUs within tertiary units will be invaluable for 2 main reasons. Firstly, to facilitate both mother-baby bonding by allowing nursing together in an HDU setting, and secondly, by promoting healthcare system efficiency. HDU units will allow for patients to be monitored in a specialised area with the ability to escalate higher acuity patients to ICU if indicated, whilst ensuring the optimisation and efficient allocation of hospital resources. Thank you.
Sushi, deli meat and soft cheese are common foods most women avoid in pregnancy. But what about rock melon, fried ice cream, or even a scrumptious takeaway burger? What are the implications if women deviate from recommended dietary restrictions, and how serious is it? Miss PM is a 31-year-old healthy prima gravida who presented to day assessment unit at 37 plus 6 weeks gestation with 2nd episode of decreased fetal movements and 2-day history of fever, carousal symptoms and malaise. Her issues this pregnancy have been large for gestational age baby and well-controlled gestational diabetes on diet. She was febrile at 38.2 and tachycardic to 120. Her examination, including a bedside ultrasound, was largely unremarkable, but a CTG demonstrated a baseline fetal tachycardia of 170 and 2 decelerations. She was managed with IV fluids, Panadol, and a septic screen was taken. She was subsequently handed over to the night team with a main differential of respiratory infection. The next day, her fetal movements had normalized. Her temperature had downtrended to 37.9 and a respiratory multiplex screen, including COVID, came back negative. However, her CTG demonstrated an increase in baseline fetal tachycardia from 170 to 180. Her induction was then scheduled for the next day. Later that evening, the microbiologist notified the ONG team of a positive blood culture suspicious of either contaminant or listeria. A targeted diet history was then undertaken and documented as no diarrhea, no listeria-containing foods. Nevertheless, a discussion was had with infectious diseases and she was started on empirical IV antibiotics. At 11 p.m, the blood cultures confirmed listeriosis and she had a subsequent emergency cesarean section at 38+1 with APGARs 9 and 9. Both her and baby had an uncomplicated recovery and discharge. Listeriosis is a nationally identifiable, rare, but potentially devastating foodborne illness that is 13 times more prevalent in pregnant women than the non-pregnant population. Most cases are in otherwise healthy women with a mild maternal manifestation of illness, most commonly being fever or flu-like illness, such as this case. However, neonatal listeriosis is often severe, with a 20 to 50% mortality rate. Listeria is particularly tenacious because it can have a 2-month latency period, has a biofilm that makes it difficult to wash off, and multiplies despite refrigeration. Following the incident and having a comprehensive assessment of the patient, it was revealed that Ms. PM did in fact have takeaway burger with lettuce 4 days prior to symptom onset. She had not received any formal antenatal counselling regarding recommended diet and prevention of listeriosis, and the obstetric team did not link the significance of her recent diet to her presentation, even when there was suspicion from the blood cultures. But although serious, balancing a nutritious diet and minimizing maternal stress are equally as important to fetal well-being. Thus, preventative measures, including safe alternatives, should be embedded within antenatal counselling. Pregnant women can still enjoy rock melon, but purchase whole melons and wash the skin carefully. Even deli meats can be consumed if reheated to 75 degrees Celsius. Early recognition and treatment is crucial, especially in the 3rd trimester, as this is the most infectious period for women. Listeriosis is serious but preventable.
Hello, my name is Jenny Zhang, and today I'll be presenting findings from my systematic review, which was developed to inform the development of WHO guideline scoping meeting held last year. There is increasing prevalence of non-communicable diseases and its risk factors among pregnant and postpartum women globally. To understand what guidance is available to advise clinicians, my systematic review aims to map the current clinical practice guidelines and its recommendations on the prevention and management of non-communicable diseases during antenatal, intrapartum, and postpartum care. What we found was that there were over 400 guidelines published since 2010, which provide one or more recommendations. Most guidelines were from high-income countries, such as America, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Italy. Only 10% of the guidelines were from middle-income countries, and no guidelines were published from low-income countries. This generally reflects the allocation of available resources, but it also indicates that perhaps less prevalent or less researched conditions, which also contribute to maternal mortality and morbidity, may be overlooked. Looking deeper into what conditions were covered by the guidelines, what we really found was that the distribution of guidelines heavily focused on conditions such as gestational diabetes, thyroid disorders, chronic hypertension, and depressive disorders. Additionally, only one of the 405 guidelines addressed non-communicable diseases as a holistic topic, while other guidelines focus solely on one or few of the conditions. This reflects that the previous disease-focused approach may not be suitable to address the increasing multimorbidity which affects pregnant and postpartum women. As non-communicable diseases co-occur and share common risk factors, there is a need for more guidelines which recognize this and calls for a more integrated approach. Looking even deeper into the recommendations provided by these conditions, we mapped over 1,800 recommendations from 47 guidelines, which revealed that most recommendations pertained to antenatal care. These included screening and pharmacological treatment. This encourages us to question whether there are gaps that can be filled in the provision of care during opportunistic periods, such as intrapartum and particularly the postpartum care. So overall, there is a clear need for non-communicable disease guidelines to guide clinicians in the maternity care setting, with careful consideration of the conditions and the periods of care covered, and which can also be applied for low resource settings. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name's Maddie, and today I want to transport you to the delivery room, where this is you here on the left, in labour and ready to give birth to what looks to be a very big baby. In preparation for birth, you opt to have an epidural analgesia because you want to minimise the pain of labour and delivery, as you should. Throughout labour, things aren't going quite as fast as they should, so you have some synthetic oxytocin to augment things. Unfortunately, your baby's been quite stubborn and doesn't want to leave its big belly home, so eventually your obstetrician recommends an emergency caesarean section, which all goes well and you can eventually hold your normal sized baby. Now you can start to think about the journey after birth, and specifically your journey to breastfeeding. Breastfeeding, as many of us know, has many benefits for infants and mothers, both in the initial postpartum period and in the months and years after birth. But it's not quite as simple as just putting your baby to the breast and going on your way. And this is evident by the fact that although over 95% of women in Australia initiate breastfeeding, early discontinuation and supplementation with formula is very common. So that leads us to the aim of our project, was to look at whether these interventions of labour and birth, epidural analgesia, synthetic oxytocin, and caesarean section are associated with decreased breastfeeding outcomes, both in the initial postpartum period and in the months after birth. Why might these interventions affect breastfeeding? Well, we know that for breastfeeding to be successful, many steps must happen along the way. For example, the baby has to be put to the mother's breast, certain hormones have to be released, and milk has to be produced. Each of these interventions can affect steps along this pathway in various ways. For example, caesarean section can reduce skin-to-skin contact after birth, which is known to help with breastfeeding, and each of these interventions can affect the hormonal status of mothers and babies after birth. So we conducted our study by doing a retrospective population-based cohort study, looking at mothers and babies who were singleton infants born at term or post-term gestation. We looked at all routinely collected data in Victoria in the Victorian Perinatal Data Collection, which was linked to breastfeeding outcomes at 3 months and 6 months postpartum. What we found were that each of the interventions significantly increased the odds of receiving formula in hospital, and this was the greatest for both types of caesarean section, pre-labour and in-labour caesarean. We found that each of the interventions had an ongoing impact on breastfeeding at 3 months and 6 months postpartum. And what this tells us is that women who have the interventions need increased breastfeeding support after birth and to be informed of this potential association so they can make the best decisions about their labour and birth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today I'll be presenting my research on small for gestational age infants in term pregnancies and the implications of antenatal diagnosis. Small for gestational age, abbreviated to SGA, is defined as an estimated fetal weight or abdominal circumference less than the 10th centile for gestational age. In Australia, SGA pregnancies are the biggest contributor to perinatal death and are associated with greater risk of adverse maternal outcomes. To make things worse, antenatal diagnosis of SGA through clinical examination and ultrasound has historically been poor. This project was a systematic review with meta-analysis. 4 articles satisfied our study design, with 2 articles focusing on low-risk pregnancies and the other 2 on undifferentiated pregnancies. A total of 3,255 pregnancies were studied, and a summary of our findings are included on this slide. Firstly, on the left, the rate of antenatal SGA diagnosis across all pregnancies was 25.3%. There's also a clear relationship between the risk profile of the pregnancy and the rate of accurate diagnosis. We see this clear difference between the low-risk cohort and the undifferentiated cohort of pregnancies. In regard to outcomes, diagnosed SGA infants were more likely to be induced, delivered at an earlier gestational age, smaller in weight, and admitted to neonatal intensive care. So what do we make of these results? Firstly, the difference in diagnostic rates is likely due to reduced ultrasound screening. Most international colleges do not recommend 3rd trimester ultrasound screening in low-risk pregnancies. Secondly, it is apparent that a diagnosis of SGA is associated with increased intervention and the sequelae of earlier delivery. Considering these results, it's important to evaluate the effectiveness of intervention based on whether an SGA infant is constitutionally small or growth restricted. It is suggested that active management is beneficial for neonates with growth restriction, as their impaired placental function prevents them from achieving their growth potential. In contrast, intervention for a constitutionally small infant may prematurely halt their growth. However, a major limitation of our study is the small sample size, particularly for outcomes like perinatal mortality. Few recorded numbers make it extremely difficult to generate statistically significant results. In conclusion, antenatal diagnosis of SGA is far from ideal, and current screening needs to be optimized. In addition, a diagnosis of SGA is associated with increased intervention and fetal morbidity. In the future, larger sample sizes are required to assess whether an antenatal diagnosis of SGA is associated with reduced perinatal mortality. Thank you.
Think about 10 women you know: your mother, your daughter, your sister, your friends. What if I told you that it's almost certain that one of these women have a disease that takes an average of 7 to 10 years to diagnose? This is endometriosis. It's a disease where tissue, similar to the endometrium, is found in locations outside the uterus, forming growth known as lesions. Insidious, painful, infertile, disillusioned, misunderstood, invisible. It's a disease that has subjected women to madhouses and lives of unremitting physical, social, and psychological pain that change over time. Our current treatments for endometriosis are great, but are inadequate and old-fashioned, with a one-size-fits-all approach that leaves patients frustrated. Instead, endometriosis takes a village. We can't expect a surgeon to manage patients' mental health. We need different experts to target different symptoms. But the problem is, we still don't know what an effective multidisciplinary care model looks like, let alone trying to figure out how to best manage patients. The aim of my research is focused on comparing the effectiveness of current established multidisciplinary care centres to what patients actually want, so that we can better define what patient-centred care should look like and design the best endometriosis centre of excellence. Essentially, I want to know objectively how well the current multidisciplinary model is for managing patients. Then I want to know subjectively, from patients' perspectives, what they want and need in their care. To do this, I conducted a narrative review and identified 19 studies to include. From my research, I found that current multidisciplinary centres were implemented without the consideration of patients' opinions. A thorough look into what patients actually want revealed that it is more than just the variety of specialist care, but also their desire to receive reliable and most up-to-date information, being respected and validated in their experiences, having a long-term treatment plan, and having social and emotional support from their family and community. The implications in understanding the best patient-centered care will almost certainly lead to a change in how we diagnose and treat the disease, therefore improving patients' satisfaction and quality of life. My research is helping the development of a multidisciplinary care model for managing endometriosis so that patients get an individualized approach. Endometriosis takes a village, but that does not necessarily mean that an entire hamlet is responsible for all patients. After all, one size does not fit all.
The perinatal period represents a vulnerable time for mothers and their children, in which the biopsychosocial experiences associated with pregnancy and birth present increased risks for developing conditions that impair both short and long-term health for mums and their babies. Interrelated factors at the individual, community, and broader societal levels influence maternal psychological and physical health during pregnancy, which subsequently impacts birth outcomes and long-term infant health. A global pandemic such as COVID-19 significantly altered the perinatal experiences of people who give birth all over the world. However, at the time of this research, there was little existing literature exploring the relationship between the pandemic and perinatal experiences. The aim of this project was to conduct a scoping review to explore the impact of COVID-19 on perinatal experiences in high-income countries during the first 18 months of the pandemic. It was intended to provide a comprehensive analysis of how the pandemic influenced perinatal experiences and evaluate how these effects might have impacted maternal and infant health, both immediately and in the long term. Additionally, it was expected that this review would provide a summary of the barriers to perinatal care and good health in the COVID-19 era and provide insight into opportunities for future perinatal health promotion. An initial literature search of Medline, PubMed, CabDirect and MCare gave 2,978 sources, which was reduced to 32 articles for final analysis after exclusion. Data analysis included extraction and synthesis, and the data was then collated, summarised and categorised into themes to construct a single comprehensive set of findings. There were 4 primary themes that were identified through the literature as being impacted by COVID-19. 5 articles discussed breastfeeding and mother-infant bonding, 6 articles discussed birth, clinical practice and care, 15 articles described mental health, and 7 articles described lifestyle factors. Studies indicated that COVID-19 was generally associated with reduced support for breastfeeding in clinical practice, increased maternal stress in response to childbirth, impaired mother-infant bonding, increased levels of maternal stress, a decrease in perinatal hospital admissions, adjustment to care, and reduced engagement in positive lifestyle behaviours such as healthy diet and exercise. The biopsychosocial model of health informs the conceptualisation of perinatal health through this study, as it emphasises the interconnectedness of health and well-being and its implications for health outcomes. Literature suggests that these impacts could present future risks to maternal and infant health beyond the scope of the pandemic itself and throughout the pandemic baby's lifespans, so must be considered in future policy and health promotion practice.
It's time to say goodbye to outdated practices. Macrosomia refers to babies that are born over 4,500 grams. We know it can be associated with a number of fetal and maternal complications, including increased risk of birth trauma, emergency caesarean sections, and mortality rates. Currently, management options include conservative management, induction of labour, and elective caesarean sections, each with their associated risks. Often a prenatal diagnosis of macrosomia helps guide the management plan, but we know that there are a proportion of births where either the diagnoses are missed or are inaccurate. This leads to either insufficient or an increased number of unnecessary interventions. Given the seriousness of the complications of both the births and the interventions, I wanted to investigate whether there were newer techniques that may be able to increase the accuracy of predicting birth weights. Currently, fetal weight is predicted with the use of ultrasound, using a set of fetal biometrics, including abdominal circumference and femur length, along with various estimation formulas. But I wanted to see if there were newer, more accurate biometrics that could be used to diagnose macrosomia, particularly in low-risk pregnancies that can often fall through the cracks and be either under or overdiagnosed. Searching 2 databases for studies from the last 5 years that evaluated the newest fetal biometrics in low-risk pregnancies, I was left with 8 studies, a mix of prospective and retrospective cohort studies. The studies compared their novel technique to either true birth weight or to the widely accepted abdominal circumference. With advancing technologies in ultrasound, novel 2D biometrics have started to emerge. These techniques may very well supersede the ones we already rely on. Of the studies that explored 2D biometrics, 3 had significant results. The first explored epicardial fat thickness, and it reported a 94% sensitivity and 97% specificity when using their methods compared to true birth weight. The second explored interventricular septal thickness and found the technique could identify 71% of the macrosomic pregnancies. The third established that visceral adipose tissue thickness had a sensitivity and a specificity of 100% in comparison to abdominal circumference, which was 100% sensitive, but only 84% specific. Of the studies that explored novel 3D biometrics, it was determined that 3D was more accurate than abdominal circumference in lower risk groups, with less accuracy in higher risk populations. At pre-calculated thresholds, arm volumes were 100% sensitive and thigh volumes were 81% sensitive. Both of these were higher than abdominal circumference, which was only 70% sensitive. So why is this important? It's simple. If we improve diagnostic accuracy of macrosomia, we can improve outcomes for our patients.
Awesome. Thank you so much to all of our lovely presenters who've submitted abstracts and has just presented their presentations. Thank you so much again, Kirsten, for scoring. I apologize if it was a bit fast-paced. I realized that it might have been a bit too fast-paced for scoring. But I hope that was all good. While our team are working behind the scenes to finalize the numbers and see who we give the award to, feel free, Kirsten, to share your screen and start presenting. Introducing again Prof. Kirsten Palmer on life as a clinician scientist. And we're going pretty well for time, Kirsten, so don't feel the need to go rush through it in 10 minutes. It's all good.
No worries. There still might be a little bit of scoring and feedback underway for those. So I will certainly, the scoring's done, but I will provide some more detailed feedback as well. So please don't share those just yet.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
But thank you so much, Keith and the PVOGS coordinators for inviting me to be a part of this amazing symposium that you've put together today. To share my experiences on life as a clinician scientist in obstetrics and gynaecology, and I guess in keeping with the theme of this session on overcoming challenges, sharing some of the challenges as well that is involved in this space. So, here we go. So life as a clinician scientist. So I am certainly biased in this space, but I feel like this is definitely the best career path to embark on. Not only do I get the joy of working as a maternal fetal medicine specialist and obstetrician, an absolutely amazing area of medicine filled with joys, obviously, that obstetrics brings with bringing new life into the world, but also with maternal fetal medicine, the real challenges that can come with that. And that includes, you know, managing some really challenging, difficult cases that don't always have happy endings, but really getting to work at the cutting edge of obstetric medicine. But I also get to combine this then with research and going into the laboratory and research environment to really try and understand the very underpinning of the diseases that we come across and manage as clinicians. And there is so much about obstetrics and birth that we really still do not understand. And so it's really amazing to get to be involved and playing a part in helping to tease that apart, overall with the goal of trying to actually translate that across to improve outcomes. And you can't do that without collaborating with amazing people. And it's one of the best parts of being a researcher is getting to build these really extensive collaborative networks with leaders in the space, but also getting to work with amazing up and coming students and early career researchers and multidisciplinary teams. You get to supervise students and do some really, you know, a great variety of different research projects. And it's so inspiring to see the next generations coming through. And I certainly learn just as much from the students that I supervise as I hope I'm able to assist them. You also get to travel the world, meet amazing minds from around the world, present at international conferences. And then ideally, you should have a life outside of all of this. And I'm lucky enough to have an amazing family to share the rest of my life with. So in terms of getting to this point, what does that actually involve? And certainly I think the pathway to being a clinician scientist is definitely taking the path less traveled. And it's not been a particularly common path. And certainly when I came through, there were very few people that had chosen to take it. But it's wonderful to see that I think more and more clinicians are starting to realize the excitement and the benefits of working in research as well. So for me, I didn't know what I wanted to do out of high school, but I loved science. So I went on and did a science degree and had the opportunity during this time to get a job at the Walter and Eliza Hall Institute here in Melbourne, where I then worked in their cancer and haematology division for 7 years doing science. And that's where my love and my passion for research was really born. However, I knew during this time that actually medicine was where I definitely wanted to head, and was lucky enough to go back and do medicine then at Melbourne Uni. And during that time, developed a love for women's health and went on into RANZCOG training. Now, I had the opportunity to incorporate a PhD into that fairly early on in my specialty training. And that was a really amazing experience at the time. It was a project that really sparked my enthusiasm and interest. But it was at a time where there was really no pathway through the college for doing research. But it's been wonderful to see that that's something that has gone on and developed since then. The benefit as well at that point in time was to also incorporate some kids into that journey. And then the downside with there not being a clear pathway was then I got the joy of going back and doing my fellowship exams soon afterwards, and then moving on to do maternal fetal medicine subspecialty training and the more joys of some further exams associated with that before I finally arrived at the end point as a fully fledged clinical academic, or whatever that means. So as you can see, it's been a very, very long road. I think it's helpful to kind of know, if I'd known it was going to be this long, I think I would have felt overly daunted and wouldn't have embarked on it. So it's important to know this was not something that I did with any clear plan in place, but it was just about acting on my passions and what excited me at the various points along that road. And I've had so many fantastic experiences and learned so much throughout that path. And that's not possible without finding amazing mentors and sources of inspiration. So for me, Professor Doug Hilton, who's now the director of WEHI, was really the person that awoke for me the joy and the amazement of research. I've then had further amazing mentors in Professors Ewan Wallace and Stephen Tong. I was Stephen's first PhD student, and both of these men are really leading clinical academics in obstetrics, and it's been amazing to have them as mentors. I then have 3 amazing mentors that inspired me to do maternal fetal medicine, with Christine Tippett in the middle there, the spearhead really of the subspecialty to some extent, and the first head of maternal fetal medicine where I now work at Monash. Professor Sue Walker, probably familiar to many of you, an absolute powerhouse and leader in this field in Australia. And then for me, the personal mentor of Professor Katie Groom, who's actually from Auckland, New Zealand, but one of the very few maternal fetal medicine subspecialists that have been able to combine a really successful career in research and helped to make me think that this was possible. But then also looking outside of your own field of interest. And now I still have amazing mentors that sit outside of obstetrics. So I have Professor Eric Morand, who's a rheumatologist, and Beverly Vollenhoven, a gynaecologist and fertility specialist, who both are really wonderful mentors in how to combine these challenging 2 worlds of being a clinician and an academic. In terms of some of the research that I do, the Protect Me trial is a big randomised clinical trial that I designed and led, and this is looking at whether maternal melatonin supplementation in pregnancies complicated by severe early onset fetal growth restriction can have improved neurodevelopmental outcomes amongst survivors at 2 years of age. Now, this is a trial that started off recruiting at Monash Health here in Melbourne and is now actively recruiting across 10 tertiary hospitals across Australia's eastern seaboard and the North Island of New Zealand, and very much looking forward to adding a further 5 sites, hopefully over the months ahead. Now, in terms of running a big randomised controlled trial, certainly there are a number of challenges that such a thing involves. The first is coming up with the idea, and this is something that is built on a very, very solid preclinical research platform. So really doing a lot of work with the preclinical scientists that have come up with these ideas, developing the concept for what the trial might look like, the protocol, what's involved, and getting feedback and information on that from a diverse audience. It's about getting the money to support such a large trial. And I was lucky in 2018 to get some investment in this space, and then for the trial to get fully funded from the start of 2020. But this is a large amount of money, and this is 2.2 million between those 3 grants, and that will probably still not cover the full cost of the trial. And it takes time. So, you know, we began to develop the protocol back in 2017, and I am hopeful of being able to report on the outcome of this trial in 2026. So it's a long commitment. In terms of the challenges along the way, as I said, we were fully funded in early 2020, full of excitement and enthusiasm, and did not see the big pandemic that was hitting our shores right then at the same time. You know, and uncertain of the impact that that was going to have, which was certainly profound. So that's had a big impact on trial recruitment over the last 2.5 years. So now with some significant adjustments, we're hoping that we'll finish recruitment at the end of next year. And that's also been about really helping to build engagement and enthusiasm for hospitals across the country that have been really affected by the pandemic, through starting to build more regular newsletters and communication to help to continue to foster engagement in trial recruitment. Now, to build a career as a clinician researcher, you really do need to also have success in publications and in grant funding, and you do need to be able to publish for success. Now, I think as I've been able to show you from that huge trial, it's a huge investment of time, but it's not going to be producing publications for quite a number of years. So to be able to continue to build your track record so that you are competitive for funding from a range of different funding sources, you need to diversify. And so you can see the trial in italics there, but that is just an example of some of the very many research studies that I'm involved in and lead, that really range from discovery, laboratory science, through to clinical trials and clinical epi research across a range of things. And to be able to do this, you really need those collaborations and engagement with a large number of different people from a wide variety of backgrounds. And for me, this is part of actually the best part of doing research, is getting to come together with these amazing people and learn so much and really push the boundaries together. To help you actually be able to pull all of these things together, you really want to think about where is it that you're going to end up working. And for me, I'm lucky to work in this location. It's not a glamorous hospital. It's certainly a hospital in need of significant investment to improve its facilities. But the benefit that Monash Health and Monash Women's has for me is that it is the only tertiary obstetric service in the state that's part of a general hospital. And when you're doing maternal fetal medicine and really high risk complex obstetrics, that's exactly the hospital you want to be in, because I have all the other expertise and facilities around me to help me ensure the best outcome for women going through our service. The other benefit, I do a small amount of private practice, and I'm able to have some lovely private consulting rooms very nearby, but this hospital also has a private hospital attached to it in Jessie McPherson, where I'm able to fulfill that aspect of my life. And then importantly, Monash University and the School of Clinical Sciences is also based here. So my research and academic world can all be in the same place, which enables me to actually do all of the things that I do. And lastly, as you probably get an idea, there's a large number of different things that you juggle. It's not just about being clinician or researcher, it's about supervising students, mentoring and teaching, undertaking peer review as part of being a involved academic, and then also taking on leadership responsibilities. And none of this is possible without some really strong pillars to underpin you. And that is your family, your friends. You need to invest in those relationships. You need to have really strong goals and motivations as to what you're wanting to do and what you're wanting to achieve to continue to provide you with that meaning when you're having those challenging days about why you're showing up to do what you're doing. And ideally, you need to look after yourself. And this is an area that I think we can all very easily neglect. I know that it's certainly an area that I personally have neglected for a long time. And I think it's something that I would just implore everybody to make sure that that is a strong pillar that underpins what they do as well. So in terms of my lessons learned so far and my pathway as life as a clinician scientist is that anybody can do this, but you need to be curious. And you need to say yes to the opportunities that come up and excite you. Don't let fear hold you back that you don't know what you're doing or you haven't done it before. If it excites you, if it interests you, say yes, and it will open up so many amazing doors. As part of that, you need to be prepared to embrace discomfort, because you will be outside of your comfort zone many, many times, but that's where you grow as well. You do need to be prepared to work hard, but you know, it's hard work that will pay dividends. You need to be passionate, and you need to be prepared to fail. And this is something that as clinicians, we thankfully don't get much experience with. And there are many clinicians that will have never failed in their life. But certainly in research, failure is common. Experiments fail, hypotheses fail, your ability to finish certain projects might fail, your ability to publish papers will get rejected from journals. You will have grants that you put in that will not be successful. And this is part and parcel of life in research. And it's a really helpful thing, I think, to actually have those experiences to actually offset some of the ego that can develop purely in clinical medicine. But you need an amazing support team around you to support you as well, to help get you through those moments, and find inspiring mentors that help to encourage you forward. And so that is everything that I have, but I hope that it has made you at least consider life as a clinician scientist, because it's certainly a very rich and rewarding career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. That was amazing and very good insights for us all to learn, for those keen researchers out there watching in the audience. We have some couple of questions that we can ask, and if anyone else has any questions to ask, please send them in the Q&A. We were wondering, how do you, so you've touched on how to, the difficulties in combining clinical commitments with research commitments. Do you have any examples on how exactly you balance the clinical and research, and I guess logistically how you plan things out throughout your week?
Yes, so look, I would definitely say clinical medicine is always the thing that will end up taking priority and taking your time. And it's hard for that not to be, because it's direct clinical care that often you're pulled into. So it is hard to be able to separate those things. Depending on what you do, you might be able to kind of actually set boundaries in that space, and it can be helpful to even remove yourself a little bit, and it's been a benefit as well from the pandemic with being able to do more work from home. So for now, a lot of my research days, I actually will aim to work from home, because if I'm in my office, people know where I am, and I get constant knocks on the door, constant interruptions, constant, oh, could you just come and look at this? Or could you just provide some information about that? And so, you know, I've removed myself a little bit from that clinical environment to protect that research time a little bit more. And so that's been really helpful. And I think being open to the fact to recognize that your ability to do that is going to be different at different stages of your career. So, you know, there have been times where, particularly after my PhD, I had to step back to full-time clinical medicine and I wasn't able to do research. And so that's where also it's about kind of continuing, though, to build collaborations or to supervise students, or think a little bit more creatively about how you might be able to still be engaged in research even without necessarily having any time available to do it. Then as you're able to start to get some more protected research time, which will happen particularly in kind of more fellowship senior registrar roles, subspecialty training, and a consultant life, you know, it's then about trying to just put up some boundaries to protect that.
Awesome, thank you. I just got a message from Ronnie. Ronnie, if you that's completely fine. If you have a question, maybe submit the question in the Q&A, and we can ask it on your behalf as well. Thank you. I guess on the topic of again combining clinical and research, one thing that I actually wanted to know, is there a best time to do a PhD, and when do you think is the best time to do a PhD for those who are interested in PhDs?
In terms of a PhD, just find somebody that inspires you as your supervisor and find a project that excites you. You can do it at any point in your career. There are pros and cons no matter what time you do it. But I think as long as it's something that you're really wanting to do and that you feel really motivated and inspired by the people around you, everything else will fall into place.
Yeah, Fair enough. Do you have an example of a research venture that didn't go according to plan?
I think the clinical trial is a good one that's not gone according to plan, but you know, I think it's also just the reality of research. So, you know, certainly, you know, during my PhD, I was, you know, to try and develop some monoclonal antibodies that might be fantastic therapeutics for preeclampsia. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. I can do that. And then realizing that I needed to develop a whole set of infrastructure that actually sat around that to develop that. And that took 2 years to actually develop and design all of this infrastructure to support that. So that's part of research, you know, it's dealing with the curveballs that get thrown your way, like a global pandemic and the impact that has on trial recruitment, you know, but that's part of the fun and the challenge of research as well, that it forces you to think laterally and to think and how to problem solve in different ways. And that actually really helps you as a clinician as well, because diseases and patients don't just present as a single unilateral problem. And you will need to think laterally and troubleshoot all the time. And I think that's a skill that research really gives you.
All right. I think we have some time for a few more questions. So I might ask some of the other questions we have as well. So you mentioned the pathway that took you to where you are at the moment, and I guess the different roads that you went in. Is there anything that if you could, is there anything that you would change about, you know, when you took on a particular project, or when you decided to go a different way? Is there anything that you would change if you could go back?
In all honesty, I probably would do my PhD slightly later than what I did. It was challenging having done a PhD when I did, and then having to come back into full-time clinical work after that to meet all of my college requirements. Having kids at that stage, sitting exams, doing rural rotations, it was a really challenging time. And I think knowing that I wanted to combine a career as a, you know, both a clinician and a researcher, and being very cognizant of wanting to be competitive for really challenging research fellowships, track record, and how you've performed is a really important part of that. And full-time clinical work is definitely a big dampener that isn't currently recognised by the big major funding bodies as something that holds up your track record in terms of relative to opportunity. So I think depending on what you're wanting to do, probably doing a PhD in the specialty pathway post exams also means that it's a little bit easier to kind of maintain that research trajectory from your PhD into your postdoctoral world.
Awesome. And I guess we'll ask one more question. From a medical student perspective, or from a very junior doctor perspective, do you have any advice on how we go about picking the projects that we I guess choose to do, or picking our supervisor, or, you know, how to find that person to guide us through the research aspect?
Yeah, so I mean, I've had projects and mentors from outside of the specialty, so I don't think it necessarily has to purely be in the specialty that you're thinking you want to go into. But I think it is about finding people that really inspire you, because those skills and that knowledge that you're going to pick up is translatable into all aspects of your career. I would say in terms of research, if you're thinking about getting involved, you know, ask around, talk to other students that have also been involved. How have they found it? What worked? What didn't? What were the supervisors like? How engaged and supportive were they? You know, if students were feeling stuck, you know, how easy was it for them to get help and support? How responsive and kind was that person? So I think, you know, they're the things I'd encourage people to take some time to actually meet with that potential supervisor. And then in terms of the research, as long as it's a project that interests you, you know, just throw yourself into it and give it a go. And I don't think you'll regret it.
Great advice. Thank you so much, Kirsten, for your time. Again, apologies for the quick videos that were coming in before. But if whenever you're able to feel free to continue with the comments, and we can email those off to the presenters a bit later on. Tomorrow is fine. So I'll pass on. Yes, no stress at all.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I'll pass on to Shiva as well. Kirsten, if you're happy to, you're okay to stay on to for this last part of the research component. I'll pass on to Shiva to acknowledge. Oh, sorry. To announce the winners. If that's all good on your end, Shiva.
Yes, I had the better job. I was watching Prof. Palmer furiously put in all the scores, and she was very speedy, so I'm very impressed. So I get the pleasure of announcing the winner of our research session, and thank you so much to all of the presenters who put in an incredible amount of hard work to prepare these presentations, and we're really impressed with the quality, so it's really nice for us to be able to share our work, and it's probably one of the other really lovely things about these sorts of meetings. So without further ado, the winner for the best oral presentation is Dr. Tithi Kulkarni. So congratulations and well done on an amazing presentation. We will contact you, or feel free to send a message to our team as well, and we'll send you a certificate. We also have three people who we've randomly selected to win a $100 Visa gift card from the presenters as a thank you for putting in the effort, and I'll announce those names as well. If you could either reach out to our team or we will try and contact you via email, that would be lovely. So first we've got Lucy Stewart, so congratulations Lucy. We've also got Emily Beard, congratulations Emily. And lastly we've got Dr. Tithi Kulkarni, who has also won a Visa gift card. So congratulations everyone, and thank you so much for all of your hard work. And we will email the feedback from Prof. Farmer to you when she is ready. Thank you so much. Now, move on to our next speaker. We are running a bit early, Keith, so I'm not sure she's here yet.
No, yeah, we could probably break for a little bit and give them some time to stretch their legs, because we've been going pretty fast today. Thank you so much again, Kirsten, for giving us your time. We really, really appreciate not only speaking, but also scoring. So thank you so much for your help.
Very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kirsten. All right, so our next speaker will begin at 2 o'clock. So if you would like to stretch your legs, socialize with the people you're watching the webinar with, go for it. And we'll come back at 2 to move on to Jacinta from the patient perspective point of view. Thanks, everyone.
There we
Hi,
are.
Jacinta.
Hi, Keith. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm a little bit nervous, but not terribly, because I've just managed to lose my my PowerPoint. I wonder where it's gone.
That's okay.
Oh, there it is. No, it's back again. It's a lot to do on a Sunday afternoon.
It is. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Jacinta.
That's all right.
We will get started at 2, so we've given the attendees a little bit of time to have a break and relax. Some of them are still on the call at the moment, but I think some of them have logged off, so they might log back in at 2.
That's all right.
So we'll have a rest for 4 more minutes, and then we'll get started at 2.
Now, Keith, are you happy to do the PowerPoint, or would you like me to? I'm happy either way. I wasn't sure what we decided.
I'm happy whatever you want to do. If you would prefer to do a PowerPoint, or if you want me to do the PowerPoint and just tell me when to go to the next slide, I can do that as well, whatever you like.
Would that be all right? Because then I'm not thinking about the PowerPoint.
Yes.
And I'm just going to, and I've also just got some because if I'm looking at the PowerPoint, it's on that screen there, so it sort of takes me away a little bit from looking at the camera.
Yeah, no stress at all. Just let me know whenever to change the slide.
I will. And a lot of them at the beginning are, this is the standard STS ones, so we just sort of took through them.
Cool, no stress at all. We'll give our attendees 3 more minutes to join, and then we'll start at 2 o'clock.
I love things that run on time.
Thank you. I think we were going almost a bit too well for time, so I thought we'd give everyone a little bit of a break.
Oh no, it's great. No, it's tough. A Sunday afternoon. You're very impressive that there's anyone here at all. And I've just had 1.5 cups of coffee because I thought, oh, Sunday afternoon, it's time to have a little sleep. So
that's fine. That's all good. Don't feel pressured to rush or anything. It's
No,
okay.
no.
It's all good.
Oops. Is my light okay? I've just got my blind down. It's okay.
It's perfect. Looks good.
Perfect.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Keith, are you doing something there? Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I was just looking at your Instagram, and I was going to put something about doing a little talk on Instagram. But I just wondered if it's possible for me to get a proper image. I couldn't sort of copy from your Instagram, you know, the conference blurb or image. Is it possible just to email that to me? Or I won't use it if you don't want me to, obviously.
No, that's completely fine. Yeah, of course I'll email that through. I can email that through after the conference today for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So your main one, and even the nice one of me, I hate to be vain, but it's
yes, that's completely okay.
It just helps for people to be orientated to what I'm talking about, you know, why I've posted something.
Of course. No stress at all at the center.
Shall we maybe get started?
Yes, sounds good.
Amazing. So thank you. I hope everyone has had a chance to have a bit of a stretch and is ready to get started again. So I've got the pleasure of introducing Jacinta Verga, I hope I said that correctly, as we move into our patient perspective session. Now, Jacinta was diagnosed with stage 3C ovarian cancer on her 59th birthday in September 2019. She knows firsthand the shock and fear associated with such an unexpected and devastating illness. Jacinta underwent debulking surgery, grueling rounds of chemotherapy, stromal reversal surgery, and has just completed the new 2-year PARP inhibitor oral treatment against a background of all the COVID restrictions. As a volunteer, Jacinta also contributes to the RANZCOG Survivors Teaching Students, which many Monash students will likely know about, and has participated in the On the Down Low podcast, where women speak about their experience of ovarian cancer. We're very excited to have you here today, Jacinta, to hear about your experiences. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's such an honour to speak with you. And I have to deal with this issue with my name because you're correct. My surname is Frawley Verga. And this is a whole female identity issue. I'm sorry, when I'm working, I always just use my maiden name, Jacinta Frawley. And when I was being a mum, I would just use my married name, Verga, so that I had these sort of two identities. And it's only when I've got sick that the two names have come together, because you have to use your actual legal name on Medicare documents. So I'm really sorry about this. I never knew I had this secret identity. So so both are true. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm going to do a bit of a blurb today as part of STS, Survivors Teaching Students, and then I'll talk a little bit about myself. And I'm going to be really good and stick to time because I want to hear all your questions. So Keith, the next little one is, I think, our beautiful turtle. The next slide. And it's just to acknowledge that we are on ancient lands, and we use the turtle to remind us of that. So I'm a volunteer for RANZCOG. RANZCOG is the peak national gynaecological cancer clinical trials organisation in Australia and New Zealand. And fear not, I am not going to read any more because I'm sure you're all skimming that at the speed of light. It's a really important organisation, though. It's made up of about 1,200 professionals. It's across Australia and New Zealand, and it's quite a complex organisation. And I am a volunteer, so I'm not a medical person. I think it's quite shocking to think that 22 women are diagnosed every day with a gynecological cancer. Certainly until I had one, I hardly knew, I wouldn't have known they existed except in a very abstract way. And I think one of the issues with gynae cancers is that they are shrouded in shame and embarrassment. So Keith, the next slide, please. What I was asked to do today was really talk about ovarian cancer and just to think about what a complex illness it is. It's a very, the early symptoms are very abstract, and I will discuss them a little bit later. And certainly for me, I went to several GPs before I was diagnosed, and it's very common for women to have very vague symptoms like bloating, menstrual issues, feeling overweight but not eating, being unable to exercise, and being fatigued. So it's very, don't we all feel like that most of the time? So, and the next one, please, Keith. There are, I think, 7 gynae cancers, and it has here, it's 6,500 women, but I think it's actually gone up now to 6,600 women in Australia diagnosed each year. It's very important, and most people don't know that cervical cancer is the only gynae cancer with a screening test. And certainly a big part of my advocacy with my friends at the gym, with family, with everybody I know, is when people say, oh, but I have my pap smear regularly, I'm up to date. And it's like, well, that's great, but it's not actually tested for 6 of the gynae cancers. Endometrial cancer is the most prevalent and is increasing, which is a very, very complex issue. And that sadly is because the more weight we carry, the more likely we are to get endometrial cancer. And I feel sad about that, because I think that is something we could perhaps prevent, but like all of us, it's so much nicer to have chocolate and a bit of red wine, and it's easy to put on those few kilos and you don't notice. But that's I think will become an issue into the future. Ovarian cancer, of course, has the poorest outcomes. Fewer than half of us live for 5 years after diagnosis. At my diagnosis, on my 59th birthday, I had a 1 in 3 chance of living 5 years. Next week will be 3 years from diagnosis, so I've passed successfully the median for recurrence, and I am tremendously relieved about that. So the further away from the original diagnosis, the less chance of recurrence you have. But quite a few people I have met and know quite well and who have passed away, they are never without symptoms. They're just in treatment until they pass away. And it is a brutal illness. Keith, the next one. There is no early detection test, and I'm a consumer researcher on the University of Adelaide research looking for indications that will help with an early detection test, but it is, I think to be honest, I think it's a long way away. And yet 90% of women do report symptoms, but they're vague, they're tired, I should lose weight, you're just menopausal, lose 5 kilos, which the GP said to me is lose 5 kilos and you'll feel better. And I did lose 5 kilos. I mean, a week later, the gynae oncologist drained 5 litres of ascites from my abdomen, and I did feel better after I lost 5 kilos, but that wasn't what the GP meant. And I sort of don't really blame him, because I realise very, very, very few people understand about ovarian cancer. So maybe, Keith, the next, oh, there's me. So the next one, I've started talking about myself. Here I am with my best friend. So my onset was very sudden. I had stage 3 high-grade serious epithelial ovarian cancer, the most common sort. And I literally had a massive onset of abdominal swelling. My upper and lower waist swelled by over 10 centimetres in the space of 3 days. I couldn't, in fact, I was wearing these jeans that week, and I was simply unable to put on my jeans within 3 days. And this this sudden onset of ascites was a very negative and very troubling symptom. And before that, I'd never really had any symptoms. I was tired, but we had 2 deaths in the family quite early before. And I do always want to say that to people, that cancer never comes when you've got time. It never appears when you're free. We're always doing something else. And, you know, maybe you're looking after little kids, maybe you're looking after your aged relatives, as I was at that time. Maybe you're busy with work, maybe you've got family, good, negative, all sorts of things happening. Cancer never turns up when you're expecting it. And that shock of, oh, I'm tired, to, oh, actually I'm dying, is a pretty dramatic shock. So it was very shocking. The gynaecologist who in the first appointment told me the cancer had already metastasized to the bowel and that he could not operate. Now, that is something you never forget when a surgeon says, I can't operate, because let's face it, surgeons are born to operate. And it was just, that was the most distressing thing. He popped me off to the medical oncologist. So the next slide, please. And the medical oncologist was great. They're both excellent. I have to say the specialist care I received in Sydney was brilliant. The medical oncologist commenced 9 weeks of neoadjuvant chemotherapy. See, you become a cancer patient, you learn all these new words. And that was really shocking. And I had my sister accompanied me the whole time. And I'm so grateful for that, because I would have been incapable of driving and getting there and getting home. And even now, 3 years later, when I go and see the oncologist, I force myself to drive, because I think I need to do that. I don't, it's a way of me managing my anxiety, but I think it would be terrible, absolutely terrible, to have to go through this on your own. In the first appointment with the medical oncologist, he said my CA125 was just under 13,000. It was the highest he'd ever seen. And the normal range is under 35,000. Oh, sorry, it's under 35. Freudian slip there. The normal range is under 35. I had just under 13,000. And that was naturally quite a stressful piece of information. We hadn't told anyone then, and so my husband and I, and he said we should tell everybody, because we would need all the support that we could get. He asked about family. I said our son, this is the picture of our son, was overseas, and he would be home for Christmas. The medical oncologist said, you know, you have cancer. He needs to come now. Christmas is too late. And it really was very shocking that in September, the oncologist at that point was not actually confident that Christmas was going to happen for us. And that is just so shocking. And I think when one thinks, I had not felt particularly unwell before this diagnosis. But anyway, we pulled ourselves together. I did respond well to the chemo, which is very brutal. And you just have to do it. There's no, you know, I'm lucky I wasn't allergic to it. I was then, the tumor which was originally 16 centimeters, had then shrunk right down. My CA125 was down, had the debulking surgery, which is in the midst of that terrible Sydney bushfire season. And it was just, it was metaphorically being choked inside and outside. I think to wake up with an ileostomy bag, even though I knew that was going to happen, that was very, very difficult. And whatever the shame and embarrassment about gynae cancers is nothing compared to the shame and embarrassment around stomas. So I was lucky. My neighbour had bladder cancer, and so she and I had already learned all about stomas with her. So she and I formed a little group where we gave a lot of support to each other. I had the germline genetic testing twice in Australia. It came back negative both times, and the oncologist really strongly pushed for somatic testing, which in that time was in the US. Now I believe it's available on Medicare now, but at that time it cost us $5,000, and I came back with a somatic BRCA1 gene deletion, which was fantastic because it meant I could get compassionate access to the PARP inhibitor. So my CA125 never dropped into the normal range until I started the PARP inhibitor. So I'm one of those people where it works. Doesn't work for everyone, but did for me. So what's the next one? Oh, I see I've gone over time talking about myself too much. Ovarian cancer has a 70% recurrence rate. That's just sort of shitty information, and quite a few of my friends have already been through that. And I just want to say this sense of, for ovarian cancer, even though I'm not in treatment, I see the oncologist, I do all that stuff, have scans every 6 months, bloods every 3 months. It is a huge step forward that ovarian cancer has now become a chronic disease. And even though that sounds terrible, I don't feel like I've got a chronic disease. I do feel lucky that now I've got a chronic disease. Okay, maybe just the next one, because I realize I have taken up time and I really would rather hear you, your questions. I'm just back from a wonderful fundraising down in, we went to the Northern Territory. This is the top of us, all of us at the top of Mount Sonder in the Northern Territory. There were 4 people there from RANZCOG who are all gynae-oncs or medical oncologists, researchers. And I tell you what a great bunch of people they were. Not only brilliant, but also great fun. So if you ever get the chance to do the Lara Pinta Trail, I would highly recommend it. Okay, that's enough. Some questions. Gosh, I can talk, can't I? Oh, and here's the On the Down Low. It's a fantastic podcast. Please listen.
Thank you so much, Jacinta. Oh, sorry, did you want to finish up?
No, I was just thinking how much I'd talk.
No, not at all. It was so lovely to hear your perspective, because I think a lot of the people in the audience, myself included, are budding health professionals, and it's really important to hear your perspective, because that's what we don't know, and we need to know that so we can tailor our care to make your experience better. So we've got a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Do you think there was anything your clinicians could have done done better in the process of your care?
That's a great question. I have to say, once I was referred to the specialist, the care is brilliant. Once you get the diagnosis and you're on those, cancer pathways, it is just bang, bang, bang. The gynae-onc, the medical oncologist, the stoma nurse, excellent. I went into therapy. I did weekly psychotherapy. That is nothing to do with the medical thing. I chose to do that, and I would recommend everyone do that, because you just suddenly realize that you're mortal, and that mortality is very, very close. So I would recommend that to anyone, but I don't think that's a doctor's sort of purvey. Wouldn't expect my oncologist to fulfill that role. I think, again, once you're diagnosed, the radiologists, the anaesthetists, they're brilliant. But that pre-diagnosis with the GPs is very poor. And I say that I really like my GP, but he's never treated anyone with ovarian cancer before. I saw other GPs in that same practice. I saw about 4 GPs over the space of about 2 weeks. And truly, I don't, they didn't have any idea. But I am grateful that I was referred for scans, because it seemed like a bowel obstruction. But, I don't want, they're special people, and, I've been to that practice for many years, then take my kids, yada, yada, when they were little. But I was shocked to realize that GPs don't understand really anything about ovarian cancer, but I guess it's fairly rare, but so what's the next question?
Your treatment and diagnosis, there were times where you did receive some bad news, particularly you mentioned that time with your surgeon saying they weren't able to operate.
Yes.
So how do you think as clinicians we can improve our communication, or how we break that bad news so it's less traumatic for the patient?
Look, I think that's interesting because I'm going through a similar thing with my aged mother at the moment with treatment, a different illness. And it's interesting, they are so soft with her, it's almost impenetrable to understand what they're saying. With me, I think because I was younger, because I'm well educated, I had my husband with me or I had my sister with me, they were pretty direct, and I prefer that. For me, I prefer clarity, and I like to also know, particularly say with the medical oncologist, when he said, I need to have this test from the States, if you can afford it, get it, because I need that for this reason, and we were happy to do that. Now, not everyone could afford that, but it was money well spent. And I feel that both of them, those two, and also the anaesthetist, were very good at saying, I'm doing this for this reason. And that was good for me. I do find it interesting, as I said, with my mum, who's in her 80s, they're so soft and flowery, you sort of, so not too soft and not too flowery. I'd rather know how sick I am rather than discover it later.
No, I think that's very insightful because, again, coming from the perspective of someone who has to break that news, it's hard to know what the patient wants out of that. So it's really nice to hear that they would prefer that direct clarity, because those conversations are hard for anyone, really.
They're terrible, terrible. And they're not just one-offs. Like, it wasn't that I saw that the gynae-onc and he said that and I never saw him again. He did follow up. I have to say both my specialists tended to ring on Friday nights to check in with me. And they were very, and obviously just before they're leaving the hospital. And I really did appreciate that both of them, they would break difficult news, but they followed up, just checking, did I understand? I think one of the things that's very important to know with ovarian cancer, there's almost no choices of action. They say you start chemo on Thursday, you start chemo on Thursday. There's no wandering around the countryside getting second opinions or anything like that. There are no treatment choices for me. I could possibly have said no to the PARP inhibitor, but I mean, why would you?
Amazing.
Well, at each point, there was only one option for me.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your experience. We really appreciate your time. And as, again, future clinicians, it's important for us to know. I think what I took away from your talk was really seeing the comment that you made about how, cancer comes at any time and you've got all these other things going on. And it's so important for us to keep in mind that our patient is more than just what we've diagnosed with. There's all these other things going on in their lives that we have to alter our, way of thinking for. So we appreciate your time and your experience. And I'll hand over to Keith to introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Jacinta.
No worries.
Awesome. All right, so moving on to our last session of the day, life outside of obstetrics and gynecology. I have the pleasure of introducing the amazing Dr. Xavi Fernando. So Dr. Xavi Fernando is a specialist obstetrician and gynecologist here in Melbourne, specializing in general and high-risk obstetrics, gynecology, colposcopy, and minimally invasive surgery. He's a senior lecturer at Monash University and the director of the Women's Health Undergraduate Curriculum and Assessment. When not at work, Dr. Fernando enjoys spending quality time together with his family. And we are so excited to welcome Dr. Fernando to speak about his career pathway and how he balances family and the very busy life of an ONG consultant. Thank you, Xavi.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks, PVOGS, for inviting me to speak today. It's an interesting topic to talk about, and I could really talk about it for days, but I've been given a very strict time limit. I'm going to share my screen. I've got a very short sort of presentation. Just give me one sec. Now, for those of you who don't know me, like Keith said, I'm in charge of the curriculum and assessment for women's health at Monash University in Melbourne. And I understand that a lot of you are not from Melbourne, which is great. But one of the things that I really like to do is to make my talks quite interactive. Now, obviously today I can't really do that, but I would like you to put up any chats or any questions that you have along the way, and then we can answer them at the end because we've got a bit of time at the end. I'll also mention that all of the pictures in my presentation are all patients of my own, and they've all given permission for inclusion in all my talks. So I think balancing ONG neuroendocrine. Now, this is going to be tricky for me to talk about in a way because I am a male obstetrician, gynecologist. So I think there is some differences, but I'll go into it a little bit from that point of view as well. So just to give you an idea of what I'm currently balancing. So currently I have a young family, so a father and a husband. I'm a father and a husband. I do public obstetrics at a tertiary centre at Clayton, so Monash Medical Centre, which is one of the tertiary centres in Victoria. I do private obstetrics at Cabrini Hospital in Malvern, Waverley Private and Jessie McPherson. I do private gynaecology at those 3 hospitals. I just recently retired, makes me feel really old, retired from public gynaecology. And this is, I'm going to talk about this later, this is where I'm starting to cut back on things now. I do some research, so I'm co-supervising a PhD student who was a BMed Sci student with me last year. And she did really well, so she's taken it on as a PhD. And I do some teaching and look after the medical students at Monash Uni as well. Also at the moment, I've just started, or we've now been doing it for a couple of years, a community project looking at prevention of domestic violence and gender-based violence by educating parents of primary school aged children. So there's a lot of things I've got going at the same time. So trying to balance all of this is not easy. And I think what it comes down to is a very supportive family network and background network. So my wife is excellent. She does so much. My in-laws are fantastic. My parents help us a bit as well. So all of those things, I think it's important that if you want to do a lot of things, you probably do need to lean on other people a little bit. So these are the questions that I was going to address quickly. So the challenges, I think probably the biggest challenge as an obstetrician, and this I think would be for both male and female obstetricians, the biggest challenge is not the hours, but the unpredictability. So say, for example, and that's really the biggest challenge. So I don't really care if I get called at 2 in the morning to deliver a baby. That's actually great. I like it because it means that it doesn't interrupt the daytime. So it only interrupts me. So it only interrupts my sleep. It still means that I don't have to cancel any patients in the morning. I can still operate in the morning, like if I have a Caesar list or something like that. It means I can still take my daughter to her friend's birthday party. It means I can still go out to dinner for my anniversary dinner with my wife. So if I deliver a baby in the middle of the night, it's actually a good thing. The problem is the one that happens as you're arriving at your daughter's friend's birthday party with your daughter, or the one that happens as you're arriving at your anniversary dinner where you haven't arranged cover. So these are the challenges. These are probably the biggest challenges in obstetrics. This is only, I should mention, this is really private obstetrics. So if you are worried about this unpredictability, you can control it. So you can control it by not doing private obstetrics at all. So you can just do public obstetrics, which is you're on or you're off. You're on call or you're off call, but you're not on call all the time. So it's pretty easy to manage that. Or just doing private or public gynecology is pretty predictable. There aren't really any emergencies unless you have like a return to theatre or something like that, or if you're on an on-call roster. But even the on-call roster, it's a set period of time where you're on call. So you're not on call all the time. In private obstetrics, you're on call all the time. So unless you go off call, now you can go off call. So you can go off call. So in other words, for example, let's say I do have an anniversary, which my wife and I are celebrating our 12th anniversary next weekend. And I've got a colleague of mine to cover me for the whole day. So that means if I get called, he will handle it. So why don't I just go off call all the time? Like, why don't I just go off call when it's my daughter's friend's birthday party, or if it's or if it's like something that's not super important but still a little bit fun, play date with my son's daycare kids or something like that, right? So why don't I always go off call? So there's 2 reasons. The first is it's expensive. So if you go off call, you have to pay somebody to cover you. So you pay your colleague. Now that doesn't mean that you actually actively pay them, but if they have to come in and do something, so if they go in and deliver a baby, you pay them for delivering that baby. So the patient doesn't pay them any extra. And that's expensive. To give you an example, so let's say if I take cover for a weekend, because we're going away to Queensland or something for the weekend, right? Which I do. And while I'm away, the person I've got covering for me delivers 2 babies. That's $2,000 I pay them. to do that, basically, for the 2 babies. So you got to pay them something for it. So all of a sudden, this trip, which was already a little bit expensive, now becomes really expensive. So that's one reason. Actually, there's 3 reasons. Second reason is, no, there's 2 reasons. Second reason is I hate missing births. I just like to do the births. I'm addicted to my work. This is bad. This is a bad thing. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't get addicted to your work. But if you love what you do, it's very hard not to. And this is where it gets tricky. So if you don't like it, like if you hate it or you don't love your job, then you're not going to have this problem. You'll be like, oh yeah, I'll just go off call on whenever I want, and I take my time whenever I want. But my gut feeling is that a lot of you guys, if you end up doing ONG, you're probably doing it because you really enjoy it, not so much just that you hate, you're worried about the lifestyle or whatever like that. So if you really love it, it's actually very hard to go off call. Your patients are like, oh, you're not going to be there? And you're like, yeah, I'm not going to be there. I really want to be there. And you actually do. And you actually really want to be there. Like, for example, I have a patient. So this patient on the first, this patient, so she was my second private patient. She's a theatre nurse at Monash Clayton. And this is after the birth of her second baby. She's now pregnant with her third. So she's a very special patient for me. She basically started my career, more or less. I'll put it out there. She started my career off. And she's great because she's pretty critical, but she has a big mouth. So and if she likes you, I mean, she tells everybody. So right now, currently, I have 6 Monash theatre nurses who are currently pregnant under my care right now. And after delivering those babies, it will be my 21st. I will have delivered my 21st Monash Clayton Theatre baby in the last 5 years. Because of her, it's her. That's what it is. Anyway, so she's due on the 21st of September. My anniversary is on the 18th of September, and I'm taking the day off. Okay, so this makes me feel nervous. This is what makes me feel nervous. Not so much. I don't think she's going to have any problems with her birth. I think everything will be fine. I think I'm not needed for the birth. The midwives will be able to do the birth without any problems. She will be safe, but I just want to be there. That's hard. So you need to be ready for that too. When should you have kids? Okay, from a male perspective, it's easy. It's anytime. From a male perspective, you should have kids, I think, anytime you can. Personally, though, I think that the best time would be during some sort of downtime. So let's say you finished your exams, your specialty exams, and if you're doing a PhD, perfect time, because then you can help more with the kids at home. You can do much more. So I remember my daughter was born when both my wife and I were doing a PhD. She's a rheumatologist, so she's a doctor as well. And not my daughter, my wife is a rheumatologist. So I was able to spend a lot of time at home. When my son was born, I had already just started private. So I was starting to get a lot busier. So I wasn't able to spend as much time at home, and that wasn't as good. Now, how do you balance the on-call with kids? And this is a tricky thing too. So I would say for females to have, when you're choosing when to have kids, I would say the sooner the better. That's more from a biological point of view. The sooner the better, but also because once you've got it all done, it's done. Like you can kind of then, your whole world you don't know any different. Whereas if you wait a long time and you've traveled and you've done all this fun stuff, and then all of a sudden you have kids, your whole world changes. So if you start early with your kids, that's all you know. It's like the couple who has twins first, and then they have their singleton babies. It's like everything's easy after that. But if you have a single baby, a single baby, a single baby, and then twins, it's like, whoa, holy moly, this is crazy. Yep, just like that. So you have your children early on. I reckon it's a better thing, and you can make it work into your lifestyle better. That being said, practically that doesn't always work. So I'd say maybe after your specialty exams is a really good time to do it, because you're already secured. You know where you're at. The problem is that when most women after their specialty exams, they're pushing maybe early to mid 30s these days. So you're probably around mid 30s when you're thinking about having your first child, which is not such a big deal if you're just having 1, maybe 2. But if you're planning 3 or 4, it's going to be a bit trickier. Balancing on call with kids. I just realized I've been talking. This time goes really fast.
That's okay. So keep talking. This
keep going. Keep going. You sure? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So balancing on call with kids, like I've said, is a bit tricky. So for example, let's say I want to stay on call. Like if it's something that's that we're doing an activity that's close by to town. I don't know, let's give me an example. Let's say it's like for today, for example, today we're celebrating Father's Day for my wife's dad. So for my father-in-law. And so we're going out to a restaurant, which is close to my house with the family. So the kids and everyone. So I'm not going off call for this. So obviously I can't drink, so I'm not going to drink. So this is one thing. Does it matter? Not really, I don't really care. So we're going to go out with everybody. I'm not off call. So we'll take 2 cars, or actually no, today I won't, because we're quite close to the house. And because I'm pretty sure nothing's going to happen, you start to become a bit of a gambler. I mean, as an obstetrician, you're a gambler anyway, really. It's a risk benefit with everything, right? It's like, should I push this trace a little bit longer, or should I just do a Caesar now? Should I pull on this one too, so should I just do a Caesar instead? You know, it's all a bit of a risk management thing. So that's kind of what you end up doing with your life. So for example, tonight, I'm probably not going to go off call, and we're just going to take 1 car, because the restaurant's only 5-minute drive. So if we really get stuck and I really have to come in, I'd probably leave my wife there and take the car, and then her parents can drop her and the kids off after the dinner, right? For example. But let's say we were going to her parents' house to celebrate, which is about a 45-minute drive. So then we would take 2 cars. And that way, if I get called out, I'd drive off and then meet them at home once I've finished everything. So that's kind of how you might have to balance it. So you can work around it, but it is tricky. So if I'm on call for public, that's also hard. When you're on call for public, so I'll give you another example. Last week I was second on call last weekend. Second on call means if the first on call can't come in, then and the registrar needs you, then the second on call gets called. So I was second on call for the Saturday and first on call for the Sunday. On the Saturday, the first on call consultant called me and he said, Shavi, the SRS called me in because she can't stop the bleeding at a Caesar. I'm first on call, but I've just been called into Cabrini for a private delivery. Can you go in? I said, all right, I guess that's the deal. I'm the second on call. And so I had to go in. So I was not planning anything. Like I said, I was not planning to be called in. I was second on call. I'd never been called in second on call, but I have to go in now. And so I had to drop everything and go in, save the day, and then come home. And then the next day I was first on call. So I was tired after that. Next day it was Father's Day. Next day was Father's Day. I was first on call for public. The kids had done a great, really nice like treasure hunt in the house for me with all these little presents and cards and stuff that they'd drawn. So I squashed that into the first couple of hours of the morning. So I got called in at 9 a.m. To public, came back at about 10 a.m. Did this treasure hunt with them, got called in again just after lunch, about 1 p.m. Came back about 3 p.m. And then got called in again at about 4 p.m. and came back at about 6 p.m. just in time for the end of dinner. So that's Father's Day. That was my Father's Day this year. That was public on call. Yeah. So it's tricky. It's hard. I think it's easier if you can figure out or minimize your limitations. So minimize your enjoyment of the job. See, I'm trying to tell you to hate your job a bit more, almost, which is a weird thing to be telling people. It's sort of like, if you want to, in obstetrics, you don't have to do 20 deliveries a month. You don't even have to do 10. You can do 5 deliveries a month and you can live very comfortably. Yeah. Like very comfortably. 5 deliveries a month. 5 deliveries a month means 5 interruptions, theoretically, a month, right? On average. The problem is 5 deliveries a month is boring. It's not much fun. And if you really enjoy what you do, you feel like you're wasting your talent, you're wasting your time, your enjoyment. You're not getting that, that fun. So I cap at 10. I was capped at 15, and then my wife said, no, it's still too much. That started after I did 1 month where I did about 22 deliveries in a month. And this is on top of all of the other stuff, right? Public, research, reteaching, yeah. And that pushed it right to the edge. And so then she said, all right, try 15. So I did 15 for about 6 months. She said, no, it's still too much. So now I'm on 10. I reckon we're getting closer, but I still feel like it may be a little bit too much. Because the problem with it is it's not 10 deliveries where you have 1 every 3 days. Because everyone says, oh yeah, 10 deliveries, that means 1 every 3 days, right? No, it's not. It's like a week where nothing happens, and then a week where you deliver 10 babies. That's kind of what it does. And the problem with that is your family sees that week where you're never home. They forget the 3 weeks that you're actually home the whole time. And that's tricky. So you've got to figure out how to make that work. And that's hard. It's hard, but it's doable. And if you love it, you can still do it. You just have to taper it around. Personal life, so it depends on the sort of person you are. So if that's a priority for you, definitely doable. Yeah, 100% doable. If that's something like, if you like to go out with your friends, or, you know, go out with the girls or go out with the boys, or, you know, watch the soccer match or the football match or whatever, all these things you can still do. You'd have to be careful. So if you like drinking, it's probably private obstetrics is not the job for you. But you guys are all uni students or like junior doctors. So you guys are all drinking all the time. But when you're a consultant, you don't have time. A lot of the time you won't have time. Maintaining your personal life, I think it's doable as well. I think it's really important to have a hobby, something that you can wind down with. Even if it's just, it's good if it's something constructive. All I do is I get home and I sit on the couch and I watch, at the moment it's House of the Dragon. I'm watching House of the Dragon. So that's all. So you just sit, so you need something to just turn off your mind for a bit. I think that's really important, particularly in a very high stakes profession like obstetrics. So for balance, I think you need to prioritize things, and you need to get this really clear in your minds quite early on as you're starting your career. You need to prioritize what your primary objectives are basically in your life. So is it your career? Is it your family? Everybody likes to say it's my family. Everybody says, oh yeah, I'm gonna prioritize my wife and children. But then it's like, oh, what about my Ferrari? What about the mansion in Toorak? What about the holiday house in Sorrento? Or maybe the investment property in Gold Coast? Or maybe it's that trip to the Maldives. Or, you know, these are the things that come up, right? So you need to be very careful about your priorities. I think when you're so I'm at the point now, I think at your point in your careers, you should say yes to everything. You open up all the doors. You take on the research project. You take on the community project. You take on the PhD. You say yes to everything, and you get more and more and more and more busy, more and more and more experienced. And then you get to this point where you're like, it's like everything's just about to break, and then you sort of start cutting things back. So that's where I'm at now. So I'm now like, I'm dropping public gynae. I'm gradually winding down my private gynecology. So I'm dropping the things that I like the least. I still like them, but of all the things I do, I like them the least. And so you start to say no to things. When people say, oh, Shavi, you know, we really think you're really good at this. Do you want to do it? And I'm still like, oh yeah. And then I'm like, oh, hang on a second. Nah, maybe not. So a colleague will call me from Frankston or Peninsula Private, and they will need to transfer a patient who needs tertiary care to obstetrician at 30 weeks. And previously I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. And now I say, no, I can't, I'm sorry, I can't. And this is hard, right? So for example, Cassie, the one in the top right, the picture in the top right holding the twins. So she was transferred to me from Peninsula Private, from a colleague of mine in Peninsula Private, with her first pregnancy, where her son, Bobby, she had cholestasis of pregnancy and severe IUGR. Her obstetrician at 29 weeks told her that she would have to have the baby within a week. And so she was really freaked out when she arrived at Jessie Mac. So when I talked to her, I said, you know, it's still bad, but it's not that bad. Let's just keep an eye on it. So I got her to 34 weeks, and then I had to deliver her at 34 weeks because the Dopplers became abnormal. And so then she came to me for then her next baby, Macy, and then her twins, who are there as well. She also then sent me about, I reckon I've delivered about 6 to 8 of her friends as well. Her friends or her sister or a cousin or somebody like related to her. So, and that's from one transfer. Had I not said yes to that, that would have been a whole lot of business, but a whole lot of reputation. I think that's much more important than actually anything else. It's the reputation. So when it doesn't matter if people don't come to you, like they say, but if they say, oh, what do you think of Shavi? You want them to say, oh, he's really good. you don't necessarily want them to all say, yeah, you have to go to him all the time, because otherwise you get way too busy and you say no a lot. But you want them to say he's really good, because then people just hear that, and then people think you're good, even if you're not that good. It's okay. So you need to know your limits. You need to know your limits. This is important. And sometimes you won't know them until you break, or until you're just pushed to that point where you're about to break. It's really important when you get to that point, and this is where a lot of people fail. When you get to that point, you pull it back. So you need to either recognize it, or if somebody else recognizes it, you need to pull it back. You need to consider your family and the effects on your family as well. So everything that you do will affect your family. And it's tricky. It's really hard. It's hard to get that balance, because on the one hand, your family wants the mansion in Toorak and the RSQ8 or whatever it is, and you want those really fancy cars and the fancy houses and the fancy trips, the fancy holidays. Yeah, the family wants it. But on the other hand, they also don't want you to be working all the time and never be at home. So I think it's important to try to be at home. When you're at home, try to be at home fully. I'm not great at this. I will admit I'm not great at this. I'm often on my phone a lot, that's something I'm trying to improve. But these are things that you need to be aware of as well. The other thing is, no one can do everything and do it well. So when you start to feel like you're not doing as well at the things that you really want to be doing well at, that may be something that you need to drop. Yeah. So all of a sudden you're like, oh, yep, I'm still on call for gynae, but this lady's come in with severe stage 4 endometriosis and she needs a laparoscopy. I reckon I'm going to call one of the like proper laparoscopy consultants to come in and do this one for me. When you get to that point, which is where I was getting to late last year, that's when you think, yeah, I reckon now it's time to drop gynae. I reckon now there's guys who just do, or guys, women, everyone who just do gynecology, and I'm like, well, I think it's not my passion, so I'm going to stick to obstetrics. I'll leave the gynae to the gynae guys, the gynae people. They can do the gynae, I'll do the obstetrics. And you have to be able to let that go. It's hard. You train for it, you enjoy it, you're good at it, but something's got to give somewhere. And then I think the last thing is make time for yourself. Like I said, you need to be able to wind down. So for me, I like just sitting on the couch watching TV. I like Lego. I do Lego. I haven't done much for a while, but I've got a huge collection of Lego Technic in particular, which is like the mechanical Lego stuff. It's pretty cool. It's not a toy. It's real stuff. But it's good. Robotic Lego and that sort of thing. So it's mind sort of constructive. I think it's constructive. Anyway, so do something that's interesting to you that keeps your mind off the work. I've been talking for too long. So any questions? Holy shoot, that's a long time.
That's
Sorry,
all right.
I just tried very quickly.
No stress at all, Shavi. That's exactly what we want to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
We have one question in the chat and a couple of questions we've prepared as well.
Yep.
What advice do you have for how to talk to family or friends who don't understand how to support you or the challenges of ONG? For example, a parent who thinks you've been independent for ages. Why would you need help now?
So how do you ask your family to help you? Is that what the question is?
I think it's touching on the subject of those who may not have the support services ready to go, and who may not understand that ONG is a profession where you need those support services.
So one thing that's interesting in ONG is you actually don't, you earn enough money that you can afford to pay for help. So if you need a cleaner or a gardener or a nanny or a babysitter, you can afford it. Like, that's not the issue. But a lot of the time, that's not the problem. Like, a lot of the time, it's because you don't want a stranger looking after your children, or you don't want a stranger cleaning your house or whatever. Yep. And so that's where it gets a bit like, that's a bit of a pride thing. So you need to figure out where your priority will lie with that. I think that's hard for people who don't understand the profession. It's hard, and even for medical people. So even my wife struggles with it a bit, I think. I mean, she'll see. I think what happens is, like, I come home and I have like a bottle of wine and a card and a gift from a patient, and then she'll read the card and she'll see how like happy the patients are with me, and she'll see how much effort I must be putting in at work to make that, to get that result. And so it's, I think when she feels like I'm not putting the same effort at home, that's not good. Like that's a bad thing to see, but that's hard to do, right? It's hard to do everything. You can't do everything well. And finding that balance is tricky, because on one hand, you don't want to lose your reputation at work, but you also need to look after your family and keep your family in a good stead or good running. Asking for help is tricky. I think the first thing is to actually ask. I think a lot of people are sort of like, oh, yeah, it's really hard. You tell your mum, I'm having a lot of trouble. It's really difficult. And you never actually asked. And I reckon that for a lot of you, when you ask your family, you say, I just need some help. A lot of your family will be okay with helping a lot of the time. Or you can afford to get to buy help as well. Buy help, to pay for help. Yeah. Does that answer the question? I don't know if that really does.
Yeah, it does. It does, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
We probably have time for one more question, and let me get it up. So it's a bit of a long one, but I've heard from doctors that the expectation of junior doctors is to get there before the rest of the team and stay back late to make sure everything's done. And that's how you stand out. So how are junior doctors meant to maintain a work-life balance with these expectations?
That's a good question. I don't think that that's necessarily the expectation. I think the expectation is that you know your patients, you do the work, and you just get it done. If that means that you have to come in early and stay back late, then that might be what you need to do. But if you're really good, you probably don't need to. I reckon when I was a registrar, I never stayed back later than my shift. And sometimes it might have annoyed some of my colleagues because they would feel like they needed to for some reason. But they didn't need to, they weren't getting paid for it. So, and if they just worked more efficiently, that was my opinion, because I just work when I'm there, I work, that's all I do. It's hard work straight away. Like if anyone's sitting with me with public clinic, I'm out of there on time each time, because I just do it. I just get there. I watch the IPM list as the patients arrive. I go out there, pick them up. So I don't wait for them to come in, sit down, go to the toilet. Yeah. As soon as I'm finished with a patient, I'm looking for the next one to take in. So those sorts of things, not everybody does. Like I leave early. Everyone watches, why is Shavi leaving so early? It's not because I'm any faster or I rush the patients. It's just that I don't waste any time in between patients. I will take the next patient in. So I'll get through 15 patients in the clinic and be out on time, whereas another consultant may be there for an extra hour because they just wait for the patients to arrive in their door. So I reckon there's that question's a little bit, you got to be careful, yeah, because you're not going to get anything that you want without trying or without putting in some effort. So you can't, and this is something that I'm noticing actually in the coming generations, is you need to work to get stuff. People don't get to places like where I'm at now without having done some work. However, I don't feel like I've worked a day in my life. Like I really don't. Like I forget about it all because I love it so much and I've enjoyed it so much. Yeah. So you should be feeling like you want to stay back almost, and that people have to tell you to go home. And it's not that does that make sense? Like that doesn't mean that you don't have to feel that way, you know, and not every day you will feel that way. A lot of the time you're like, oh, I just want to go home. That does happen. Yeah. But if you really enjoy it, it shouldn't be about how long you're there or how long you're not there. It should be about what experience you're getting while you're there. And for O&G in particular, the amount of hours that you do as a registrar is not many. Like if you compare it to a surgical training program, it's not that bad. Like you're rostered 45 hours a week. You might do a week of nights on, you get a week of nights off. If you're a surgical registrar, you're on call, and sometimes you have to work as well as be on call for a lot of your training. Their hours are terrible, but for O&G, it's easy. I reckon any O&G registrar who's complaining about their hours should just talk to one of the surgical trainees. It's easy, like it's actually easy as a registrar. If anything, it doesn't prepare you well enough for life as a consultant. But even life as a consultant, you have more control over. When you're a registrar to stand out, you don't have to stay back longer or later or whatever. Probably what you need to do is show an enthusiasm for the work. So that may be that if they ask for help, like if they say we're short this day And if you legitimately could do it, like you have nothing on and you're like, oh yeah, probably I could do that shift, you take it on. Yeah, if you have something else on, then don't take it on. You say, oh no, I can't do it because I've got my sister's birthday or something, right? So, but if you can legitimately, you do it. So this works into life as well. So for example, if I have a day where it's pretty light and I could pick my daughter up from school, but I could also stay at work and catch up on some work, then I should go in and pick my daughter up from school. Yeah, because that's the only time I could pick my daughter up from school. Normally I'd have to work. So I have a choice here. So I should choose to pick my daughter up from school. So it's the same kind of thing. When you're a junior doctor and you're at school, or you're at work, and they say, oh, can you come in tomorrow as well, even though it's on your day off because one of the people called in sick. And then you look at your diary and you say, oh yeah, I didn't plan anything anyway for tomorrow. Yeah, all right, I'll come in and do it. Yeah. You were thinking, oh, I would like to have just put my feet up and watched House of the Dragon, but I'll come in and I'll do it. So I reckon so to stand out, you don't have to stay back, because people don't always recognize that either. People don't always notice that you're staying back. What they notice is your attitude. So what they notice is you're like, hey, I'll take your pager off you. I'll look after you. You know, I'll do that because I really want to do it, not because I want to help you. See, this is the thing. Everybody thinks, I'll take my pager off. Keith, I'll take your pager off you because I want to help you. No, I'm going to take your pager off you because I want to get the experience that I get from answering these pages. That's the reason you do it. People are looking at it all in the wrong direction these days. We're looking at it from the wrong aspect. You are in training, specialty training, for 6 years. In 6 years, you're expected to be able to then practice independently in a private hospital without any support, if you need to, yeah? You need to know when to refer, when to escalate, who to escalate to. All these things you need to learn, but you need to be able to do it yourself independently. You manage everything independently. The whole labor of a woman, you're managing independently with the midwives, but you are responsible, right? So you need to get to that point in 6 years. To get to that point in 6 years at 45 hours a week, it's not easy to do that, right? So you should be taking every opportunity you can to learn stuff, to get more experience, learn more, make more mistakes, so that when you're a consultant, you don't. Yeah. And I think that's the attitude. And if we see that attitude, like when we're looking at trainees, the ones who we like, the ones who stand out, are the ones who look like, or when they first start, they know absolutely nothing. And then by their second year, they're flying, like they can do everything. They're the ones, right? Doesn't matter what you know at the start. Who cares? You know how to do a Caesar at the start. I don't care. Because probably, to be honest, if you're starting your training program and know how to do a Caesar, you're probably doing it really wrong. Yeah, so that's the first thing. Doesn't matter. Everybody wants to know everything right now. That doesn't matter. What matters is you can be taught and you can learn and you can improve. That's all that matters. So if you start at 0 and you end up at 100, that's better than starting up at 80 and ending at 80. Yeah, or even worse, starting at 80 and ending at 60, yeah, which happens more often than not. Okay, sorry, too much.
Fair enough. No, fair enough.
Good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Xavi, for giving us your time on a Sunday afternoon as well.
No worries.
Thank you.
Yep, I have to get back to the kids.
Yes, fair enough. Fair enough.
We took them out because we're shopping. We're building a new house, so we're shopping for appliances. So we took them out. We were going to get my parents to look after them, but we thought, now let's just try it. So we took them out to the appliance store, very brave, to like a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, but they were pretty well behaved. So we took them to the pancake parlor as a reward afterwards.
Oh, that's sweet.
It was more a reward for my wife, but it was a reward as well. But now, good.
That's
good. I hope
sweet.
that was helpful. I hope that you guys learned something. And,
that was very helpful.
And don't be too disillusioned. Like, don't be too worried, because it's all doable. Everybody can do it. You can balance your life. You just need to know what you need to adjust, and you don't expect to be able to do everything, and don't expect to do everything well, and don't expect to be able to do everything right now. Yeah, it's gradual, it's build up, and it's experience based. Yeah. For
sure. Thank you so much, Xavi. Again.
No worries, Keith. No worries, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry for taking so long.
No apology necessary. Thank you. That was very helpful. Okay. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right, I'll pass on to Amy now to bring us to the end of the conference. I'll just share my screen for the last slide. All right. Go for it.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for tuning into our webinar. So we aim to curate a lineup of inspiring, impactful speakers who have overcome both personal and professional challenges to influence your journey in women's health. With that, I'd like to thank the generosity of our speakers who volunteered their time to speak about their stories for the benefits of our PVOGS members. Just as a final reminder, we will be keeping our charity donation link up open for today and aim to match the donations made to the Choice Fund. We will also send out a feedback form to those who have signed up via email, and we hope that you guys submit your responses so that we can take those opinions and that feedback into consideration when we organise our Women's Health Conference for next year. I'd also like to thank the amazing PVOGS members who did submit their abstract submissions for review with Prof. Palmer. If you aren't already a member, please sign up on the link on our pvogs.org website link to stay in the loop with our newsletter and thus our events and our initiatives. On that note, whilst our webinar has ended for today, there are still some clinical workshops going ahead at each state group. Our fantastic state and territory groups have worked hard to ensure that hands-on events are available locally to you to practice high-yield clinical scenarios, and we're excited to return to these in-person events. So please do follow along on the PVOGS ANZ Facebook group, as well as your relevant state or territory group as well. Lastly, I'd like to extend a tremendous thank you to our PVOGS ANZ team, who've been working tirelessly throughout this year to make today possible. It is only due to the passion of our volunteers that we can continue to create events and initiatives for our PVOGS members. With that, I'm excited to announce that our elections will take place in the next few months, so please do follow along with our social media pages to stay in the loop with that. Thanks everyone for tuning in today.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening or afternoon. Bye, everyone.